Only if you tell us yours.
I'm Valerie Miller. How you doing?
Nice to meet you. I'm Kevin Sawyer,
Kevin Sawyer of
Triton Construction.
No, we're still computers. A computer.
I can tell, because I know some of them, and the answer is the one, I would say yes.
We're on? Okay, everyone, we're going to get started.
Yes.
Okay? Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Education meeting of March 19th, 2025. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we do not have executive session, so we can go right into the meeting. We sent out, so thanks to all of you who have stayed engaged on the capital improvement bond. We sent out a lengthy email yesterday in hopes to bring everyone up to speed on where we are. The proposed bond projects are for the good of the students who attend public schools now and in the future. The components of this bond will address critical infrastructure needs, ensure ADA compliance at all our schools, and will modernize learning spaces. With $65 million in retiring debt and approximately 49% state building aid available, this is a good time to take on such projects. We are planning now for potential work during the period over which the debt is retired for these bonds. This allows for a significant part of the work to be tax neutral. We have researched our facilities and their needs thoroughly, and the district has actively sought community input through surveys, focus groups, public meetings, school tours, and a dedicated bond website. The bond projects focus on essential infrastructure improvements. Think heating, roofing, masonry, windows, Siwanoy ADA compliance, and expansion to alleviate the space constraints felt right now, and that will continue in the future. High school science lab modernization, elementary school air conditioning, and geothermal energy systems for long-term sustainability. Tonight, the board is considering how to structure the ballot in a way that provides clarity and to provide choices to the voters. With respect to the proposed expansion at Siwanoy, I want to clarify that in addition to space constraints, Siwanoy has critical infrastructure needs, including a 30-year-old steam boiler. I just want to be clear that major infrastructure upgrades at Siwanoy are not possible without making the building ADA compliant, which is why at the last meeting, we looked at potential propositions that put the infrastructure work with the Siwanoy project. An 8-classroom addition is proposed at Siwanoy to replace the 5 classrooms lost by adding ADA accessibility and a cafeteria, plus to provide more space since Siwanoy is space constrained with undersized classrooms and inadequate spaces available for intervention support. A few other things I want to clarify. The expansion plans at the high school and at Siwanoy are just 2% complete. NYSID does not allow us to proceed further in design until we have voter approval. I say this to note that there is ample opportunity to refine the designs. School projects are managed by NYSID. It is well documented in case law, real-world experience throughout New York State, and right here with building projects that have already been undertaken by the Pelham schools. In addition, our architects, who are here with us tonight, and attorneys are well-versed and experienced in school building projects throughout New York. With that said, we are already working with village governments on how these on these projects. One example is identifying how the project at Siwanoy can support the Village of Pelham Manor stormwater project. The expansion proposal at Siwanoy takes up 16% of the outdoor space, not 1/3, so 1/6 instead of 1/3. I just want to correct that information. And the district is committed to making the outdoor space at Siwanoy functional and enjoyable for generations to come. I empathize with the potential of having a construction project near your home or at the school site where your child attends. The district will plan construction carefully to limit disruptions to students and the community, prioritizing summer work relocating playgrounds temporarily, and coordinating with local authorities on logistics. With that, I will hand it over to Dr. Champ for her comments.
Thank you, Jackie. I just wanted to add one final piece, and I see several folks with us tonight who have been part of some of the discussions that we've been having lately. I know that there's been some questions and concerns about how the budget and the bond interact with regards to staffing. On the one hand, we're in the budget, for the folks who've looked there are some reductions in staffing, and at the same time, we're asking for additional space. So I just wanted to address that directly. Yes, that money is all coming from our taxpayers, so it is one and the same. I understand that. I think the board all realizes and respects that. From the actual budgeting perspective, it really is two separate things, in that one is the staffing and operations of the district, the operational budget, function under the tax cap. The capital projects that are being proposed are separate and outside of that. So it's two separate things in that sense. You can't use capital bond money to pay for staffing. You can't cut staffing to pay for capital projects. So I think that's important. I know it sounds like a small difference, but it is really important because there really shouldn't be a conflation of the two. One thing that is important, and I know Jackie started it, so I just want to reiterate it, all of the spaces at Siwanoy are used currently, to the point where we have students receiving intervention services in the hallways because we're out of space. So currently in the budget, there is a proposal within the current board guidelines to reduce a section. And let me be clear, nobody's losing a job, nobody's being laid off. It's a reduction of a section, and a teacher would be potentially transferred over to Prospect, where we're going up a section within board guidelines. This is a normal part of our annual process. Many of you have had children move through the elementaries. You know that this happens every year. We've got board guidelines that give us the range of what those classes should look like, and we do our best to distribute resources according to enrollment and according to student need across the district. So that process is ongoing. That process is also not done right now. We have to use our current information as of basically January to predict where we may be next year. So again, looking at class sizes, we've got several classes that are right on the cusp of where they could be 2 or 3 sections. We are working under a tax cap environment, so need to be very streamlined in our use of resources. And the board has very rightly so been concerned about growth in operating costs and growth in headcount over the last several years. So in order to be sensitive to that, and we also have 12 teacher retirements this year, plus a TA. We took a critical look at our staffing to decide where we need to fill, and that did give us the ability to find some more efficiencies in how we approach scheduling, creative scheduling, more efficient scheduling, and be able to reduce based on enrollment and those creative scheduling approaches across the K-12 spectrum. So a couple of teachers at the elementary are not being replaced, and there are several positions at the high school that are not being replaced. At the same time, we're seeing growth in special education. So we're having to put resources where we need them to meet student need. All that being said, this is an early stage in the staffing process, especially when it comes to elementary education, because we now have to see who moves in, who moves out between now and the end of the school year and over the summer. There's tons of fluctuations that can happen. Certain parts of the community, there's more fluctuations than others. That's normal, but when you have classes on the cusp, it could very easily go one way or the other based on 1 or 2 families coming in or moving out. So those are budget projections right now. Where they are in that budget sheet may not be where they eventually land, and that was much of the conversation that we had with a lovely group of parents yesterday. We work with the principals because those decisions are not just made on raw numbers, they're also made on looking at holistically at student needs, because principals may have to make a decision about which grade levels go to 2 or 3 sections, and raw numbers are not the only factor. So that is a normal part of the process, that is in process, and we will continue to keep an eye on that, and I know Mr. Johnson has committed to staying in touch with those folks. I will say, in addition, through the budgeting process, we do maintain 2% contingency across the board. Within that, we also maintain 2 contingency positions every year, so that should we have fluctuations in sections and something go to a larger size beyond what we budgeted, we have that as a way to solve for that problem. So that's what we shared with folks as far as the current budgeting staffing issues. yesterday and today. Now, separate and apart from that is I'm going to deal separately with the facilities question. So as I said, our classrooms are full. Our schools are full, Siwanoy is full. If we were to actually go through and collapse a section next year, we would not have an empty room. That room would then be backfilled with other classes. It would not be taking 3 or 4 or 5 intervention students from the hallway into a full-size classroom. That would be kind of nonsensical. We would put the big classes in the big spaces. I said this at the board coffee today. We would move big classes into big spaces, middle-sized, average, medium-sized classes into the smaller rooms, and then you would open up space in your smallest for the small group instruction that we lack. So that is the case in all of our elementary schools right now. We're full to capacity. If we go down a section, we will still be full to capacity. The proposed project is a net gain of 3 classrooms, given the current proposal. We would lose 4 of current rooms to install elevators. We would lose a 5th, the art room, to install a cafeteria below the gymnasium. We purposely did that based on feedback from the community to keep that expansion as small as possible. So the gym is being proposed within the current footprint of the gym. So that's a net loss of 5 classrooms. The expansion would add 8. That gives us 3 net gain. And that 3 net gain could help us in many ways. And once again, we're not going to have empty classrooms. We're not going to put small numbers of kids in large classrooms. We would be moving things like our kindergartens out from the basement classrooms, smallest classrooms in the building, into new, large, up to modern standard size classrooms at the ground level with bathrooms and access to the playgrounds. That would be 2 to 3 of your ground level floors. We'd be moving an art room up somewhere within the building. We could then take our largest classes, regular classrooms, whether they be the biggest kids in the 5th grade or largest classes in other grades, out into full-size classrooms with the appropriate level of space, and then shift classes within the building to, again, right-size the class that's going into it to the size of the space, and then backfill so that maybe instead of the art room also having to house music lessons, music could have a dedicated lesson space. Our FLES teachers don't have a dedicated classroom. They push into other classrooms. There's a lot of different things that could be used in any of those spaces. So I say that because I think there's a misconception that we're asking for more than we need, and what I'm saying is we need more than what we have, and we will use every space that is in those buildings. That would also give us flexibility should we have enrollment increases, which we do have some projections of flexibility, and how students come each year, how many come into each grade level do impact whether we have 2 or 3 sections. There's at times at schools we've had 4. Not at Siwanoy in my tenure there, but those fluctuations happen just from the normal turnover, the generational turnovers, a lot of what we see often in Siwanoy. So I just wanted to share that information so folks can start to understand why, while it feels contradictory, we assess class size and need for enrollment every single year based on class guidelines. Separate and apart from that, we have space needs now. We're going to continue to have space needs now. So annual fluctuations are not an indicator that we're over indexing. The other thing that I would say, and folks ask, okay, if we do continue to grow, how are we going to staff those classrooms? That comes as well with the annual budget. We've been fortunate, the state has been fortunate to continue to see increased foundation aid every year as we're able to review our budgeting process, and each year the levy allows us to raise taxes a certain amount that gives us additional revenue. So looking for additional revenue, looking to decrease expenditures are the way that we're going to make our budget work. So we do expect that will be future opportunities to increase the staffing in alignment with student need. But we don't have to budget now for what we're going to need 4 years from now. I think that would be the simplest way to answer that concern. So I know that was a lot there. I think I will pause there. On a completely bond-related note, but I think important because I may not have another opportunity in the course of tonight's event. There is an agenda on the item on the agenda tonight. I just wanted to draw your attention to. We are approving the framework. I'm asking or presenting to you to approve the framework of the calendar for the 25-26 school year. The reason I'm saying it that way is that this does not have included in it the parent-teacher conferences and the professional learning days, because we're still in discussions with administrators and teachers on how we want to structure those. We're trying to take feedback that we've gotten from all stakeholders in to see how we can most streamline those to try to meet as many needs as possible. So this basically gives you the beginning, the end, the main vacation periods, and a couple superintendent's conference days. I will be coming back to you probably the next 2 months with our proposed plan for parent-teacher conference and professional learning days. But I wanted to get this done because things like special education IEPs,
I see.
budgeting, a lot of things are dependent on knowing the start and the end of the school year, so we need to at least get those pieces in place.
Okay, so we'll look at this
When we get
to approve tonight, so you can take it and add the,
Correct.
take it and add
Yeah,
the
and then we'll
extra
bring
days.
it back for board approval of revisions within the
Okay.
next couple months. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, does anyone from the board have any questions on? No? Okay, we can keep going. So we're going to start with public comment because we have people here tonight who I know would like to speak. So if you would,
Next
Come-
over here.
yeah, come up to the microphone, state your name and address. State your name and address. I will ask, I know this is an important topic. Please keep your comments civil so that we can listen to each other and hear what everyone has to say. Thank you.
Who do we have in the audience? We have architect, anyone else?
Oh, yes, we have. Project.
Yeah, so, and with us tonight, following, just for the board's follow-up discussion, we have Walter Hauser from KG&D, Jim Dolan, yes, from KG&D, who's got his area specialty in geothermal. So I know there was questions about that, so he's with us tonight, and Kevin Sawyer from Triton Construction. So they're here to answer the board's questions once we get into our bond discussion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right over here. Thank you.
If I could just ask everyone who's going to come up to the mic, so if you're taller, please tilt it up. If you're shorter, please tilt it down. Speak right into it.
We wanna hear you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Papa, 17 Oak Avenue. And I just want to talk about this bond proposal from the perspective of accessibility, particularly at Siwanoy, which sorely needs it, because today, anybody that walks up to the building, the front entrance, they can't get in, if depending on their abilities, right? There's only 2 big staircases, there's no ramp, there's no elevator, and that's unacceptable, to not be able to get into a public school. So we have this plan in place. It's a good plan. It's going to offer a myriad of ways for people to enter the building that may not otherwise be able. And the way that it stands now, depending on milestones, somewhere in 3, 4, 5 years, whatever, everybody will be able to enter the building equally, right? I'm not sure exactly what the milestones are for when certain things will be done, but that's great, 3 to 5 years. So I know there's a lot of talk about potentially delaying this for an additional year, and we're already looking at 3, 4, 5 years for somebody to be able to get into the building easily. Why make it 6, right? So I think it's a great plan for Siwanoy, for the community. Anybody that wants to get into the building will be able to, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Rich Ellenbogen, 55 Shore Road. Takes a lot to get me to a board meeting. The last time was 18 years ago when we were having the parking problems and I was the president of the library board.
Thank you for coming.
I am all in favor of everything you're doing except the geothermal heating. I think there are better ways to do it now. For the people in the room, I do a lot of work in the energy space for the state. Yesterday I spent an hour and a half addressing the state Senate on energy issues. Their Energy and Telecommunications Committee. The geothermal systems, I had the first one in Pelham, one of the first ones in Westchester County dating back to 2003. And I have more, the house is basically an energy laboratory. Everything that goes on in it, I see the temperatures, I see all the energy usage, the electric usage. My factory, same thing. The average cost of running a commercial facility in New York State is $3 a square foot. We're operating at a cost of $1.15 a square foot. So I understand climate change is real and all this kind of stuff. The geothermal system is not the best way to go for a school. I've talked to a lot of people in the energy space. A variable refrigerant flow system with a gas backup for 500 hours a year would be much more cost effective and much cheaper, would give you a lot more flexibility in your budget. They cost 1/3 the price of a geothermal system. So you can get 2 of these for less than doing the system for one of the schools.
Can you repeat what it's called again?
A variable refrigerant flow system.
Thank you.
It has a cooling tower on the roof, and you see, the problem with air source heat pumps is sort of like pushing a bowling ball uphill. The steeper the hill, the harder it is to move it. So with air source heat pumps that everybody says are so efficient, when it's cold outside, there's no heat to drag out of the air. So if you're going from a 30-degree outside to a 70-degree inside, that's a 40-degree temperature difference. If it's 55 out and you're going to 70, it's only a 15-degree temperature difference, and the units become much more efficient. If it goes down to 10 degrees outside to 70, they become very inefficient. With geothermal, overcomes that by having the constant ground temperature. However, over extended periods, the ground temperature changes. So if you have a very long cold snap and you're basically sucking all the heat out of the ground, the system starts losing efficiency. And as an experiment this year, because people asked me about it, I turned my heat pumps off and switched to my gas system, because when I put my system in, it was still very new technology. And my energy bill went down by $2,000 using gas, okay? And it's 120-degree days colder than it was last year, and my bill was lower. I have a friend in Albany who literally, I had lunch with him yesterday when I was coming back, charging my car when I was coming back from Albany, and he basically services all the geothermal systems in the state that have issues that you never hear about, because when somebody spends $20 million on a heating system, they're not coming out and telling you that it's got problems. They kind of sweep it under the rug. So if you go look at aerial shots of Bard College, you will see that there are gas heating plants outside to compensate for the fact that their geothermal systems are having issues in the wintertime. All right, and he told me where they were. You can't even see them because there's trees growing over them, but then he sent me pictures, and he goes, you can't show these to anybody, because if you show them, they're all gonna know where the pictures came from, and I'll get in trouble. So these are the reasons I'm concerned. It's not, I think what you're doing is great. I think all the other things I think are needed. I think cutting the cost of the heating systems down and getting the exact same performance for the same or less money in operation costs and a lot less in maintenance costs will make it a lot easier, A, to get the budget passed, because you won't be asking for nearly as much money, and B, it will give you more flexibility because you'll have less debt service next year that you're going to have to cover with your budget. And I think these are the things that are very important. I'm willing to answer any questions if anybody has it about why I feel so strongly about this. But in terms of the other things, I'm fine with it. But that I have an issue with. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Come on down.
Not as tall as he is. Thank you so much for holding this and letting us have some opportunity to speak. My name is Preeta Kumar. I'm a parent of a rising first grader in Siwanoy. I want to first just thank you, Dr. Champ, for spending the time with some of us concerned parents in this specific grade and class to hear some of our ongoing concerns. I also did not expect myself to be a participant in these types of things, but love of kids, love of your own kid drives you to do crazy things. So for me, what started my involvement or a journey of learning here came from the knowledge that there was a operating budget issue, which was that Siwanoy was going to lose a staff member. My son was part of a 23-kid kindergarten class that had 70% boy ratio. It was chaos and madness, and this year that class was pleasantly improved by splitting into 3 classes of 15. Many of the parents in my cohort really talk about the massive gains that they've seen their children have with this smaller class size, particularly with those that have neurodiverse issues. My son is particularly gifted. He just won 2nd place in the state championship for chess for Siwanoy. We're very excited. So this extra attention given to these students was really well received, especially after a rough kindergarten year. In the draft proposal, and totally understand a lot of these points are moving and shaking now, but in the draft proposal, that class was drafted as one of the classes that would get cut and reduced and go back to sort of the 23 class size. This obviously caused uproar, hence all of the parents freaking out, and including myself, and learning a little bit more about the budgeting process. But what I've now learned is that you all are in a tough position. You have a very tight operating budget. You had to make these decisions. 80%, I understood 80% of the operating budget is salaries. And therefore, what my concerns are is that when you actually forecast forward, there's no room, it sounds like, to, I mean, there's some contingency, et cetera, but there's no room to sort of maintain the optimal class size. And I think a lot of us parents would like to see at Siwanoy or any of the elementary schools, which is around 20. But at that upper level, especially at these early grades, it gets really challenging for students to get the learning attention that they need. So what we learned was that it is what it is. And what I'm here to sort of ask for is an opportunity to propose or add something to propose to introduce a levy, breaking the, you use the tax cap to allow the community to be able to fund these types of initiatives when there is a shortfall or opportunity where the community rallies around that. So in this case, it would be nice if the community was able to breach this and vote and support additional taxes to potentially bring more teachers to the overall community wherever the needs are. In our case, we have one for Siwanoy at least. But what gave me more concern was, as a taxpayer who will end up spending money on this bond or in this scenario, is that this expansion project has a lot of lovely features, and there are many of them that I would agree are essential. The ADA compliance is an excellent plan, but there are also a lot of expansions in these classrooms that, while they're, Dr. Champ, you said, if they will get used. I could live in a palace today and have a gym, a spa, and all these extra rooms. Do I really, really need that? No, and what I'm concerned about is these children who are dealing with these larger class sizes now that already have a budget constraint, that are then going to go into a school that has 3 years of construction going on and eventually leave without getting the benefits of the school. So my hope is that you all would actually reconsider and look at a smaller project opportunity, because what I also am concerned about is the fact that there would be potentially some additional revenues from the state, some additional tax levy increase. I would ask you guys to make sure that that math adds up, that when you actually add that annual CAGR in 4 to 5 years when those spaces are ready, and understand what is the budgeting going to actually need to support that space most optimally, not just for all these things that seem like honestly nice to haves relative to the cost of loss for these 3 years at Siwanoy. What's that CAGR actually look like to say what does the operating basis of taxes need to be to support the proper amount of funding that's going to make the best use of those spaces at that time? And if there's a shortfall, and or if that math does not add up, and we would love to see this math, then you also mentioned reducing expenditures. But expenditures are 80%, as you stated before. If salaries are 80%, where is the expenditure reduction even going to be possible? It's back to the same place where we're cutting salaries to then have less teachers to use the spaces, and it just doesn't make sense. So I don't understand how the math adds up here when I think about projecting forward the actual operating cash needs of what will be a bigger Siwanoy, and how that adds up to the operating shortfalls that exist today that are very real pain points that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Kathy Horner. I've lived on Siwanoy for 27 years, so it's the first time I've ever talked at a board meeting. So I dove into this in a slightly selfish position, thinking, oh God, a construction project in my backyard. And then I said, well, I like to do what's best for the community and not be selfish, so let me get to yes. But the more I looked into this, the more in general, I was like, I feel that as dedicated and hardworking and as intelligent as this board is, that the process has been a little rushed. And I know that email came out that made it look like things have been going on since 2003, but most of this information that this board has been consuming has really started since September, and I don't think that's a long time. And I brought up a point 15 years ago when they were doing a new roof for Siwanoy and they were taking down the slate. And I was like, it's beautiful. Why are we taking down the slate? And they were like, it's fiscally irresponsible to replace it with slate. This board didn't even do those numbers. It was just like, slate, great. Check off, however millions of dollars that slate roof costs. Now, I'm not saying that you wouldn't come to a decision, but I just feel like there's so many things going on. And when you say like, oh, there has to be 4 classrooms lost for the elevators. Well, when you went back to the architect and said, we want a cafeteria, they came up with a very creative plan. I feel like the first time when you heard we're losing 4 classrooms, it became great to have an expansion. And no one went back to the architect and said, make this ADA compliant, don't lose 4 classrooms. And that was not presented. It was just like, oh, if you're going to object to an expansion, you're against ADA. And that puts people in a terrible position. Then you sort of jump willy-nilly. Oh, there's not going to be a playground? Let's chop down big trees on the cut-through and jam it there. And that's like an effect for the neighborhood for the next 100 years because trees don't grow back just because the kids in the school are going to need a playground for 1 year. And it's all this sort of jumping around that I just don't feel that it's been fully thought through. Thank you.
Kathy, can I just clarify, we're not looking to cut down trees on that cut-through. We would relocate it to wherever it fit on the property, just so you know that small detail. Thank you.
You can come up. Yeah.
Well, good news, I'm short, so I don't need to adjust the mic. Thank you for holding the meeting. I just got a few notes. Michael O'Hara, I live at 474 Siwanoy, so I'm right across the street. So anything that is going to be happening in terms of construction is going to have possible material impact in a few different areas. One set of questions, or the set of questions I have include, is Triton, if they are the company that's doing this work, are they conducting any kind of geological survey as it relates to the construction, specifically the geothermal, as that kind of work is intrusive and is going to start changing the water table? And everybody knows water rolls downhill. So if there's anything like the weather we've seen over the previous years, we're lucky we have not gotten hammered by it. But if conditions change and water starts rolling down the hill in a concerted manner, I would have a big problem with that. So I believe, I have neighbors, Kathy who just spoke, and I see other neighbors. They probably have the same concerns, or if they hadn't considered that, this would be something that you would want to, that we would need to discuss as a group. Assessments related to home value, I know that that's not something that happens, but if you went out and did research, you'll find both instances where the property values go up in the long term. That presents a problem over the next 5 years if somebody was deciding to move because of the noise and construction pollution. It's going to be an issue for anybody that's looking to move. I, for one, am not. At least I'm not planning to. But if somebody was considering moving out, the construction, the noise pollution, all of the outcomes of doing a project of that scope is going to have an impact on the property value. What mitigations are in place if Triton does what happened on, I don't know if it was Reed or one of the local streets, the FiOS line got crunched. So there was no internet, as everybody here is well aware. So I would be very curious what mitigating plans are in place to be able to quickly react, because I'm 100% remote and I need internet in order to do my job. So I'd be curious what the company has in terms of, planned response in the event somebody digs up a line and toasts not just internet, but, electric or gas lines. I would love to hear what Triton is anticipating for that. And around that question, what kind of liability insurance is in place or will be in place with the construction firm in the event they do something and they really blow something up? I would be curious what that also looks like and what sort of, consideration we would get in the event they crunched the line and it was down for a week, or if my heat was off because some other incident happened. And then my last point would be around the zoning, that the school's position and the district's opinion is that the zoning laws do not apply. I happen to have a big problem with that because we just had an episode with Julia's Playground where the positions were switched and the town was making it very difficult for the school district. I would like everybody on the board and everybody else in this room to consider that many people believe that the zoning laws do apply to anybody who is being a good neighbor. So that was just questions and statements that I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
And I'll just give you one piece. I can't answer all the questions tonight, but I will give you the piece of clarification that, yes, Triton is working with us in all those issues that you mentioned, geological survey, the mitigation efforts, liability insurance, all those things will be addressed as we move further into the process. Triton is with us through the pre-bond process, and I know Kevin knows this. We're going to then do a full RFP process for construction management, if the voters approve it, and all that information will be readily available.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Craig Resnick. I live on Savonoy Place as well, amongst many of my neighbors. Just had a couple questions on the tax impact. My understanding from reading some of the materials is I think the average impact, or for the average house, is about $1,500 a year, is what I heard.
It depends which ones you're looking at. That was the actual impact for the higher valued home. I think it was a $1.5 million home.
So whatever. 1,200.
It was like more like 1,100 a year.
Okay, fine, 1,100. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So that is the impact versus what we're paying today on average, correct?
Correct.
But what we're paying today includes the debt servicing on the $65 million bond that's expiring. So if nothing happened, which I'm not advocating for, but if nothing happened, wouldn't the average assessment actually go down?
I don't have that information in front of me, but yes.
Right. So okay. So I just want to be clear that the average household's this isn't costing extra $1,100. This is costing more than an extra $1,100. It'd be an extra $1,100 versus what you're paying today, but this is still additional tax dollars being spent above and beyond that. And so I think that's a little bit, not to anyone's fault, by the way. I appreciate all the hard work you guys are all doing for this, but I think that gets lost a little bit, and I think just in general, beyond just Pelham, but it's kind of like once tax dollars are assessed, it's very easy then just to say oh, this is just a little bit more, but we're still spending the old stuff. So I think that's kind of important. And then the other thing, I'm just a little concerned, you know, I think, what, 140 million, is that what the full price tag is? We are obviously entering a pretty uncertain economic time globally, right? This is, I don't want to make this about macro politics at all. I definitely don't want to get into that. But I think we could all agree it's pretty uncertain. I mean, just a quick Google search, you hear about all the tariffs that are probably coming, and one of the first things you hear is what's going to go up? Construction costs are going to be like one of the biggest things that are going to go up. And so I'm a little curious, again, we don't have answers here, or maybe the architects can help with, but like, how certain are we that this is going to cost, quote unquote, only 140 million, and we're not going to find out that, you know, the cost of the labor, the cost of the steel, of the concrete, everything just got a whole lot more expensive by the time this project actually starts 2 or 3 years from now. It's just a big concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Tammy Altschuler, 470 Siwanoy Place, another Siwanoy neighbor. I sent a letter earlier today, and I think that it really outlines some of my husband and my concerns about this project at Siwanoy. But in addition to that, I'm hearing a number of things from different people who've spoken tonight, and I have a couple of things that I'd like to add to those discussions. First off, with regard to debt service. You have a constant debt service now, and you want to maintain the debt service, as Craig just mentioned. If you don't issue any more bonds, then that debt service falls away. And yes, our assessments and our taxes as a result might come down. So that's one thing I'd like to point out. But also, another person spoke earlier about what do we do if we don't have enough money to pay for the operating, right? How can we go above the tax cap? So the issue is, if I'm understanding it correctly, and I think I am, if our debt service goes down and we don't have to pay out of our operating the principal and interest on the bonds that have now been satisfied, been paid off, been defeased, okay? You then have all of this extra tax money and cash available to pay for the extra teachers that you might need should there be expansion. It goes like this. So yes, there's capital, and yes, there's an operating budget, but the operating budget pays the debt service on the capital. So they are connected. Just want to point that out. If costs go up because of a tariff, if construction costs go up maybe in a year, in 2 years, you bid the project out, you bid it out, let's say in the fall, okay? And then next year, all these tariffs hit and all the costs go up. Well, how are you going to pay for that? You're going to come back and you're going to ask for an amended bond act. And you're going to ask for the amended bond act, and it's going to increase taxes just that much more, 30%, whatever it is. I want to put that on the record. Geothermal. Thank you, Mr. Ellenbogen, for giving us a very good educational lesson about geothermal energy. We live right across from the school. Aside from construction and noise and dirt and all of that and congestion and, oh, how are the trucks going to get down between the cars that already block our driveways, all of that. Geothermal is intrusive. It goes down really deep. These houses are really, really, really old. And I am really concerned about the integrity of the foundation of those houses. In my letter that I wrote earlier, years ago, oil tanks were underground across the street from my house. And the school said, we have to get the oil tanks out. They came in and they took the oil tanks out, and guess what? They leaked. They leaked all over the place. There was oil everywhere. And for month after month after month, they came in with trucks and filled the trucks with the soil, the dirt that was contaminated, to ship it off to some place that would take contaminated soil. But every time it rained, that water came down with the film of oil. My next door neighbors, they're here right now, but they didn't own the house at the time, wound up with a film of oil in their sump pump from the water from runoff from the school. So that's, we need to look into those types of things. These are major concerns for the environment, for the neighbors, for the integrity of the houses. And I think that the blasting would definitely compromise these 100-year-old plus houses. That's it for now. I might have more later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone?
Hi, thank you guys so much for all of the hard work on this issue and for continuing to host these sessions, which I think are just critical for, continued dialogue. I have just 2 points. I also sent a letter.
Can you give us your
Yes,
name?
Yes,
Thank
Lucy
you. I
Muzzy,
appreciate it.
Manor Lane. I also sent a letter. I'm not going to reiterate all of the points there, but I do want 2 points to be made for the community. First of all, I'm really concerned about the structure of the propositions, which I think is actually the issue technically on the table tonight for some sort of vote. So I want to make sure that we address that. I personally, like many of the people who have spoke passionately here, am in favor of actually rolling over the bond and making some basic upgrades. I'm also in favor of ADA compliance, which we could utilize some of that money for. I am not in favor of the nice to haves, as people have been calling them. I am not in favor of the large expansion. I think we're hearing that from a lot of people. And what I really don't like about the way the proposition is structured is it doesn't give us an opportunity to vote for rolling over the bond, voting for ADA compliance, and not voting for the nice to have. So that is one piece. I just want to make sure everyone is focused on how are we structuring these propositions to make sure that the community can express their actual opinion about the parts. The second thing is I really want to thank the guy who came up on the geothermal. My other, one of my other concerns is that the community has not been sufficiently engaged, all of the professionals we have here, when you were making the designs in the first place on these issues. And so things like this where for anyone of my neighbors who has read up about geothermal, I think we all have some really serious concerns about geothermal, and yet it's still somehow on the proposition. So I don't think that we've had the right professionals with the right expertise engaged in the discussions all along. So I just, in terms of the timing, I think we do need more time in order to make sure that those professionals and the expertise is really engaged in the design. And my final point is one that I also feel very strongly about, which is I strongly disagree with the district's position that zoning doesn't apply to you as a legal matter, as a lawyer. I've looked into it and I just strongly disagree with that. And the reason that I care about that is that the zoning laws are there to protect our community. They protect our environment, they protect our home values, they protect our enjoyment of our community. They're there to protect our community, and therefore the violation of those laws to protect us is something that really, really troubles me and I think is a real issue here in terms of the impact that it could have on our community in a negative way, both in the short and the long term. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're the same height, Lucy. Good evening, Adam Ilkowitz, 498 Manor Lane. After months of hearing feedback from the community but rarely engaging in true dialogue, we are nearing a formal bond proposal. Also, the proposed budget was recently released. Together, they represent the priorities this community has when it comes to educating children. The community prioritizes equity and accessibility. This bond will make Siwanoy ADA compliant. Yet to get that compliance, we are asked to fund a building the community doesn't seem to want, and those outdoor space we desperately need. And it's a third of usable space. The driveway in the front doesn't count, so that's how you get your sixth, but it's a third of the usable space. This community prioritizes small class sizes, so does the board, yet this budget increases average class sizes through teacher reductions at the elementary school level. We prioritize advanced educational opportunities at the overcrowded middle school and high school, but we will only build those needed spaces if we build Siwanoy first. And for a town that does not want to see another intermunicipal lawsuit, we have the looming prospect of the proposed construction violating zoning laws. You see, these two documents present a combination of conflicting choices that don't make sense. We can make Siwanoy ADA accessible, but only if we can also build new classrooms and a cafeteria. We need to build extra classrooms, but we may not be able to afford to staff them in the future. We may not be able to afford teachers in the tax cap budget, but we can request anything we want in an uncapped bond proposal. So we've ended up here, an operating budget that starts cutting teachers and a bond that builds bigger than is needed and bigger than the community wants. There is no way this gets easier in the future. Tax caps are law, and you can bet we will be asked to pierce the tax cap soon. But first, there's like one more giant bond before we talk about that tax cap. This year, Siwanoy and Colonial parents will be fighting each other to keep their children in smaller classes. 1 of 3 grades in Siwanoy and 1 of 4 in Colonial is getting condensed because of the budget, including a class that was chosen to be expanded just last year. May get that taken away. This is the proposed budget. So are we ready for that tax cap debate? Because today we're being asked to fund a kitchen at Siwanoy that won't be used for school lunches, for central air when window ACs are more than adequate, for geothermal wells that may pay off in 25 years when we can't maintain the teaching staff we have today. We can do better in Pelham. I've heard that before. We can come up with a better, more appropriate bond request that addresses actual needs while starting the discussion about how we can staff classrooms in the future years. Because you may think, we aren't those other school districts where they're cutting hundreds of teachers. We aren't. Yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I give you guys a couple of charts? Might be helpful. Hey, everybody. Arthur Cinta, 123 Cliff Avenue. I am neither a Siwanoy parent nor a Siwanoy neighbor, but I do have some information I thought might be useful to the board regarding the enrollment projection report that you all did. And it kind of comes from experience, working as a realtor in town, and I thought it would be helpful to kind of plow through that enrollment projection report and give you some things that I felt were mistakes and some things that are kind of a little bit off in terms of methodology. Spent a lot of time with it. As a preliminary matter, I thought that the report's discussion of population change was a bit stilted. It only went back 20 years and suggested that population of Pelham was increasing. By not sampling a longer time, the report fails to recognize that Pelham is a community where the population has remained relatively constant since the end of World War II. So before you, I've given you a chart that shows the population of Pelham for the last 80 years. And you'll see that the trend line is roughly flat since 1940. There was a peak in 1970. That was kind of a time when there were almost 1,000 more residents in town. And that coincides with the baby boom. Most of those thousands were children. And while there are some variations since then, the trend line is relatively flat. So the report focuses on 2 things to try and gauge enrollment projections. One is housing turnover and the other is birth rate prediction. And with respect to housing turnover, it's very odd. In page 12 of the report, it contains a chart purporting to show home sales in the Pelham district. So I looked into where the data is taken from. It comes from a state database that tracks deed transfers. But unfortunately, the data that they used is not scrubbed at all. And so it's wildly at odds with the data from the multiple listing service that records actual home sales in Pelham. And there seem to be several problems with the data that is used by the report. First, the data sometimes double counts sales. This happens when a relocation company is buying the house for somebody relocating out of the area and acts as an intermediary, and the deed gets recorded twice. So that actually gets recorded twice in the state database as two deeds being recorded, even though it's one buyer buying the house. Examples of this are 575 Manor Lane and 78 Young in 2016. The data also includes deed transfers to contractors who flip houses, such as the sale of 151 2nd Avenue, where a contractor renovated and sold it the next year. So that's actually counting 2 sales where there really is only 1 sale. It also includes intra-family sales, such as the sale from a father to a son at 32 First Street, where it was just staying in the same family, but there was a deed recorded, so pick that up as a sale. And it seems to include multifamily homes when they pass between investors, such as 505 Fifth Avenue, which has been bought and sold 5 times in the past 10 years. But apart from the faulty data, even if it were correct, the report reached a wrong conclusion. On page 20, the report states that the increased turnover, I'm going to quote this, the increased turnover of existing houses may bring younger families into the district, and then goes on to predict a turnover of 150 to 185 homes each year. There's nothing in the report to explain where these numbers came from, In fact, 185 is the second highest number of any number of homes sold according to their data in the last 10 years. And in 2022, the last year of data in the report, it shows only 146 homes trading. Again, this being a larger number than actually happened according to the multiple listing service. But regardless, the report is completely wrong in its prediction, as housing sales have fallen off a cliff in 2023 and 24. So while it predicted that we would continue to have these high number of sales, you'll see in the chart before you that the sales have actually fallen off a cliff. So we went from in 2022, we actually had 105 homes sold, 145 the year before that. In 2023, we had 89 single-family homes sold, and in 2024, 81. So we're down by about 40% from the peak, which the report said we would continue with over the next several years. The reason for the decline, so why aren't houses selling? So what we've seen is people are staying longer. There are people here, there are people I've been talking to in the last week who haven't had kids in the school district for more than 10 years. I'm in that category. Haven't had anybody in the school district for 10 years. We stay for a number of reasons. One, we love the community. Two, the economics of moving are no longer what they were. So it used to be people would sell their house in Pelham, move to Florida, pocket half the money. Well, it's flipped now. So it's actually more expensive to move to Florida. People used to go back to the city. The city's not so livable as it once was, so people aren't going back to the city the way they were. People are working longer. Anybody born 1960 or later, you now have to work to 70 to collect full Social Security. So people are working longer. As a consequence, we're just not seeing homes sell the way they used to, and the district is getting older. Now that should be music to your ears, because that means there's more people here with fewer school-age kids, which means you're going to have more money coming in that won't be needed for education purposes. There's free money from anybody who doesn't have a kid in the school. Anyway, back to the report. If the theory is right that housing sales are an indicator of future enrollment, because the numbers have been falling for the last 2 years, we will not be seeing an increase. We will actually be seeing a decline in enrollment in the Pelham schools in the coming years if their methodology is right, if their thesis is right, that the number of homes sold predicts the number of school-age kids, then we should be seeing a substantial decline in enrollment. With respect to Siwanoy School, apparently the report has also proven wrong just in the year since it was written, because the enrollment was projected to be 286, I understand from a resident in the Siwanoy district, and it's actually 276, so it's off by 10. Now, as to the second methodology for predicting enrollment by looking at birth rates, the report assumes that an increase in live births in Pelham means an increase in school population. Now, that would be true if the increase in birth rate was an indication that families were having more children, but there's no evidence of that. The report doesn't find any evidence of it, and in reality, we're not seeing that. The actual explanation for the increase in live births is found in the report itself. On page 4, the report notes that there has been a decline in the age of the adult population, as well as a decline in school-age children. So in other words, the adults in town are in the age category of 29 to 40 are younger than they used to be. In fact, this is what a lot of us have noticed as realtors. More of our buyers are moving to Pelham and then having children when they get here, rather than staying in the city and moving here when their children are ready for school. So that would be the reason why the birth rate is going up, because people are moving here younger. What that means, though, is that there's actually going to be a decline in enrollment from that, because whereas before, if families moved here with a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, they would be putting a child in the school the next year. If people are moving here when they have a 1-year-old and they're having children once they get here, they won't be using the schools for 4 years. I mean, I just sold a house on Corona Avenue for $2 million to somebody with a 1-year-old. I mean, they're just getting started. There's another family that I know very well that lives on Elderwood Avenue who have twins who won't be in school for 4 years. So
Very well.
this change would actually suggest lower enrollment in Pelham schools, and if the trend continues, would represent an increase in the number of younger people without school-age children. So lastly, in the report that in the charts that I've given you, I plotted the data from the report on enrollment in the last 10 years. And in fact, the enrollment in the last three of the last 4 years, has been the lowest of the last 11. And the overall trend, as you see on that chart, it's got a trend line on it, is downward. So why is it important that we not overbuild? I think it's been very well articulated tonight that when you spend money unnecessarily on facilities that you may not need, you lose the revenue to spend on educating the children. It's also important, I think, because you don't want to unnecessarily raise taxes and end up with going back to an inversion of people leaving as soon as the kids are out of school and ending up with those people being replaced with school-age children. And just to give you an example, using my block on Cliff Avenue as a random sample, 2/3 of the homes in the 100 block of Cliff are owned by empty nesters. And those 9 homes pay over $250,000 in school taxes and yet get no school services. There are people in this town who, if you raise their taxes $1,500, and actually on Cliff Avenue it would probably be more like $2,000, they will leave. And if they leave, you will end up with those homes owned by people with school-age children, and then you will have a problem with facilities, and you won't have enough room for anybody in the district. Are there any questions before I just finish off? Okay. The last thing I wanted to leave you with, this is supposedly a professional study done by professionals. We've seen professional studies before in Pelham on enrollment projections. There was one done in the 1980s, and it was the Pelham Board of Education commissioned a comprehensive long-range planning study, and not unlike this one, it showed that declines would happen in the foreseeable future, and that the district should close Colonial School. This was at a time where there was 1 kindergarten class in Colonial. The graduating of the high school class was about 100, or actually under 100. And what happened was the stuff of legend. The Board of Ed was completely recalcitrant, felt that they had been elected to exercise their judgment, and that those opposed were just noisemakers from the heights who were putting their self-interest ahead of the greater good. And it was only by action of the taxpayers who went door to door conducting their own survey to count the expected number of school-age children that the school was kept open. And thank goodness it was. So this report in particular seems to be very flawed. It is the foundation of everything that you're doing, because everywhere and everything that the architects presented, and even the district's email that went out yesterday, has been that this is the basis for why we need to build more capacity at Siwanoy and at the middle school. So I think that it's flawed, and I would really hate to see you expend money on unnecessary facilities that are going to deprive the kids of the community of the cost that they need to get a good education. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Chris D'Angelo, 511 Manor Lane. I know many of you. I've spoken to many of you over the years. I want to start out, and just so you know where Manor Lane is, or 511, I'm directly across from the basketball courts in the playground. So I have a beautiful view of the school. I have a beautiful view of a wonderful playground that is filled to the rim, no pun intended, with kids every day, every single day. And that's the greatest sound in the world, is to hear kids in a playground squealing with delight while they're playing there. It's absolutely incredible. Now to my points, and thank you as well for all the hard work you do. I'm in favor of ADA compliance. We moved here 20 years ago. It was odd to me when we moved here 20 years ago that we had a school that didn't comply with the ADA with respect to people being able to get in and people being able to go up and down staircases. That was odd. It's 20 years later, and we still have a school that is not ADA compliant. So I am in favor, absolutely in favor of ADA compliance at Siwanoy School, and I hope to still be living here when it happens. What I'm not in favor of is using that as a wedge to drive what I view as a massive project that isn't justified by the needs of the school district and the needs of the community. And what I really object to is the fact that while the board has clearly been working on all of this for quite a long period of time, it wasn't until the middle of January that the Siwanoy community itself found out about this project and was asked its opinion and was asked to weigh in on it. So we've had a full 2 months to look at what you're doing and look at what you've done and weigh in on it. And that just isn't enough given the size of the project that you were proposing now. I am in favor with everybody who stepped up here earlier and said, let's take a pause. Let's hit the pause button. Let's look at what we're doing. Let's see how much we're spending. ADA compliance is needed. I also believe that an expansion of the school is needed, but not of the size and magnitude that you are proposing here tonight. I don't see that it's justified. And what I really wish had happened was that the school district and the board had reached out to the community and brought in people who live around the area and other professionals like Rich Ellenbogen to come in and really look at what you're doing and how you're doing it, and weigh in a meaningful way and be given the opportunity to weigh in a meaningful way on a project that is going to impact the community in a very significant manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to come up?
Hi, I'm Kim Riegel, and I live at 652 Timpson Street. And I'm mostly really excited to be here to learn all the things I need to know to make informed voter decisions. So I'm really happy with all the things that you clarified, and also learning so much from people that are around Simonoi. But I have one particular point, which is I understand that the board is in an impossible situation where there are things that need to happen. ADA compliance gets triggered with any updates, and we have crumbling infrastructure, and that makes this process just absolutely difficult. And we're conscious of the fact that we have a limited amount that we can expand our budget, and personnel doesn't always fit that. So I'm very aware of that, but I also see that when we vote for things for our schools, we're voting for the things that we value, and I want to make sure that all of the things that we're voting for are things that we as a community want to promote. So things like ADA compliance, I don't know that anyone is opposed to that. And I want, and the budget should reflect the things that we care about. So I want to say very strongly that I'm in favor. We haven't talked a lot about the high school option for the bond, but I'm strongly in favor of some new updated science labs. We're desperately in need of those. We have amazing teachers who do fabulous things. We have students who are winning awards, like international level, things, and they're doing it in the hallways. and so I just want to say on the record that I'm really hoping you can divorce the Simonoi bond from the high school, if at all possible, because I think Simonoi is still, I'm not quite sure that we're settled on what we feel about it. And I have a Simonoi student. But I think that I haven't heard a lot of opposition to the updates in the high school, and I think they're really sorely needed. I think we all know how I feel about science, and so I think we need to invest in that, because that's where the future of jobs are. Even in the humanities, you have to have a level of technical savvy now. So I think that I really want to put that out there, that I really hope that the high school is not contingent on the Simonoi bond passing. And when it comes to the interaction between the budget and the bond, I understand that they come from two different places. Money is used for different things, but they're both referendums on what we care about. And I want to make sure that, I understand the need to reduce staff, but I want to, our teachers are already doing a lot of things and are sometimes too busy to do some some of the more innovative things that I think we'd like to see in the district. And so reducing staffing makes it even harder for them to have space and creativity if to do more innovative, interesting, pedagogical things. So I just want to make sure that we're aligning the support and structure that we're giving our staff and students with enough support in the annual budget to utilize those facilities we're talking about giving them to the maximum extent that we can in ways that are really meaningful learning. So I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Sure, come on up. Hello.
Hi, Jason Alderman. We have a student at Siwanoy and a student in the middle school. I was going to start by saying thank you for all the work that you've been doing and for hosting these meetings, as others have said. I know you wouldn't be able to tell based on how I'm dressed tonight, but I build really big, complicated projects for a living. And I would say that based on the level of design and architecture that I've seen and the pace at which it's come out, there is no way you know how much this will cost. Estimating is, an art early in a process and a science later in a process. And so I would just, whatever contingency that you have, you really need to study that. I don't know how the process works if the bonds go over, if we have a budget bust, but that's a real problem, I think, for based on what I know now. You can't lock your proceeds in early in a project. You do that later in a project when you know what it's actually going to cost. I agree with some of what others have said. We need better, forecasts, statistics, demographics on future enrollment before we make decisions about, excuse me, about the physical project and schools that we have. We absolutely should be making appropriate investments into our infrastructure to make sure we have functional buildings for our children, of course. We really need to study the elective capital more. I think a bunch of people here from the Siwanoy area, there's the little white house right next to Siwanoy. And I look at that and I wonder if that's the solution to having an execution plan that disrupts our children less and costs less. So that's a question I have. We should just slow down and get this right. So we're all in favor of obviously supporting the schools, but we're moving really quickly. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure. You want to come back up?
I spoke early, and I've listened to all of this, and I had just one more point to make that I think I just wanted to tie it out. So I made that obnoxious comment about my son, but the reason I made it was because what's also missing is that there is no focus in the elementary or ability in the elementary schools in Pelham to fund extra enrichment opportunities for children who are shaping advance. So that beautiful comment made about the science labs in the high school and the award-winning opportunities, there's actually none. I had to beg. My son couldn't get into kindergarten. He couldn't get into chess club. Couldn't get into first grade. The Pelham chess person actually went above and beyond and said, he has to be in this, and that's how he got in. Mm-hmm. Couldn't get him into math. Couldn't get him into anything. Have asked about reading extra enrichment, and this patent answer is we don't. And Dr. Champ, we also talked about this. There just really isn't budget for this. Mm-hmm. So what this does is it drives some of the top students in Pelham to actually consider private school, which with the tax basis and private school costs is outrageous. It will drive us to leave. So I just want to also emphasize that these opportunities where the bond may expire and there's operating costs, I've learned so much from this conversation, but there are really great community opportunities to continue to invest in the education and the operating cost basis of salaries and extra programming and things that aren't available now at all. And there's a lot of community members I think who would choose to vote for that over these expansions, which I do hope that we think about more in a more detailed manner for a lot of the comments that my lovely community members mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chris Petrillo. I have 2 kids at Siboney also. Can we use this opportunity to ask some questions of you guys, or is it only?
It's public comment. It's not.
It's just comment?
Yeah, it's not technically a Q&A. If we're able to clarify something, we would, but
Yeah,
it's not a Q&A, but certainly.
I mean, one of the questions I had
us
was
know.
on, and it was sort of touched on by a lot of speakers prior to me, which was the bond itself. Is it an all or nothing proposition, or can it be split into different parts that can be voted on independently?
That's what we
That's
have.
what we're
here
going to
to
talk
today.
about, right?
Right after public
Right
comment,
after
that's
public
exactly
comment.
what we're going to discuss.
All right. Sorry for jumping the gun on
No,
that
that's
then.
okay. That's
But
a good question.
and then
We were able to answer.
Yeah, well, I guess the rest. Yeah, there we go. The rest of the questions were probably not suited for that. So maybe they're for a better forum. I don't know, the coffee or something of those.
Yeah, you're
types.
always welcome to email.
All right.
Email or
and We'll do
call.
our best
Yeah.
to get you the answers you're
All right.
looking for.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sure, come on down. I don't want- Hi.
Hi, my name is Anna Raff. I live at 437 2nd Avenue. That's about 600 feet from the new Hutchinson School. And I guess I'm just going to really go for the low-lying fruit. So I really just want to make a point about like the disturbance of the construction, because it seems like yesterday we were experiencing this in our neighborhood. Very similar points, and I'm also the first to say that obviously these are 2 very different projects. The terrain is also very different. I understand that Siwano is much more landlocked, but I don't think in Siwano there are plans for like blasting rock. I remember having to close my kitchen window because it was so loud. Yeah, it was totally a pain. We didn't have access to Julianne's Park for I think about 2 years because the school was using it, because there was no play area there. So, you know, the neighborhood missed out on that. But at the end of the day, I mean, I walk past that school twice a day, every day, and I'm like so glad it's there. Like it's added so much to our neighborhood and our community, and I think it's a great school. Everyone seems to like it, you know, despite the fact that like the neighborhood did have to really kind of suffer through 3 years of like the disturbance that goes with the construction. So I just wanted to remind everyone of that like, yeah, it's painful, but like you can come out on the other side with something really beautiful that the community appreciates.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anna.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hannah Resnick. I live at 461 Siwano Place. And I really want to thank the person who just spoke. I understand that sometimes construction can be really worth it. I live next door to school. Of course, I'm concerned about the construction. But it's really about what people want. With the Hutchinson School, it was necessary. That school was crumbling. Everyone in the Hutchinson community wanted a new school, and Pelham rallied around that. In this situation, if we're listening to everyone here and what people want, what this community wants, they don't want this large expansion. They don't want the play space to be lost. So looking at what people want, I'm hearing people say they want ADA compliance, they want budget going towards the teachers and towards the education. Some people are saying maybe a very limited expansion. So if we're looking at what people really want, then, you know, in order to equate it with the Hutchinson School situation, I really think we need to be focused on that. And I still don't understand kind of why are we still looking at a cafeteria? Why couldn't that space that we're using for a cafeteria be expanded into additional classrooms instead? And then maybe we could have a smaller extension. I just think that everyone needs to pay attention to what the community wants instead of those add-ons that we were talking about before. So thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Sure, come on.
Sorry. Be there in a minute. We'll wait. Oh, good. I've drawn more attention to myself. Sorry. Okay.
Hi, I'm Maddie
Kathleen Mercer. I'm 466 Esplanade. I'm the Siwanoy PTA president. I just came, no one can hear me. I just came from our variety show at Siwanoy, where we have so many talented kids. We've added a lot of programming to really support opportunities to get them singing, dancing, performing on stage. We brought in a play. It's been amazing to watch these kids just like light up and really find a love of sort of different enrichment than what they get in school all day. I have a second grader and an incoming kindergartner, and I know we just heard that the community doesn't want this. I want this. I very much want this for my kids. I don't even know if my kid's gonna have a chance to see it. I might have my incoming kindergartner might get a chance to see some of it in 5th grade if it's done by then. One of the things that I'm really worried about is becoming a situation where it is falling down and where it's necessary and it's in much greater disrepair by the time that we need to take a 3-year construction project to benefit the kids that are in dire need. I don't want to get there. So I understand that it's a different situation from Hutch. I had a tiny baby for that bond, but I remember that bond. And another thing that I'm really worried about is I trust the people who are the experts in educating my kid. That's why I send them to public school. I believe in public schools. I trust the teachers. I also go to PTA meetings with those teachers. And when we've talked about this bond and the facilities, I've heard stories about ordering furniture that didn't fit into the classrooms and they had to send it back. I like the way that they juggle lunch duty and dismissal and just spaces that are too small for the amount of bodies, tiny as they are, that are in that school. I very much want to make it easier for them so that it's easier on my kids. And I want to make it easier to attract new teachers when we get there that are the best. Because if we're going to maintain this, Pelham has great schools, we have this great school rating, that means attracting the best. And I don't know that our facilities right now are going to do that. And I think that if we did have some of the B2 whatever we're up to, the new version B with cafeteria underneath, I think that would be, I've heard the teachers complain about but express the difficulties in the nicest way possible of all the constraints of even bringing in things like lunchtime enrichment. It's hard because there just aren't enough spaces to put people. And I worry that we're going to lose those teachers if we're hiring new staff, we're going to lose really good staff to places with nicer facilities with less demands on juggling students and activities. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Hello, Adam Ilkwitz again. I just want to state that as a direct neighbor to Siwanoy, I don't care about construction. I don't care about noise. I don't care about dirt. If they do geothermal, I'm sure you're going to blast through rock and it's going to be loud and irritating. I don't care, and I'm your direct neighbor. So take that for whatever it's worth. Other people will care. I personally don't, and I live right next door. What I care about is what will be left behind and what will be the facility that we have to use as a community that we want. That's what concerns me. And I think what you've heard from myself and hopefully from others is the unadulterated support for ADA. But you've given us one choice, which is not ADA. And I would hate to see it delayed another year because we weren't given a choice to support ADA and renovation of the school without a project we don't want, without losing space we do want. So I would urge the board to look at what they're proposing, either dial it back or pause it till next year, not because we want to delay ADA, we don't, but you've put us in this position. The project you're proposing puts us in the position that we don't get to choose. Do ADA, don't do 8 classrooms. There's no choice on the board that says do ADA in a less expensive way. There's no second option. Option A, B, C, D, B2, B7, it's all 2 elevators. No second opinion. This isn't a good process. And what you're asking us to do is to make a choice. And that choice is not support ADA. That choice is, do we support ADA with everything else? And for me, the answer is no. And I'm sorry to the people who need ADA, because I wish we could have given it to them here. But you went too far, and that's sad.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to come up? Okay. All right, I want to thank everyone for coming up and expressing your comments. Thank you. Okay. We can move to 3.1, which is the bond scope discussion. Okay, hold on, let me get my. Okay. So, last meeting, we're going to discuss what the propositions now for the ballot. Last meeting, we discussed a ballot, right, that would have 3 propositions. The first one was infrastructure packaged with the Siwanoy expansion as the first proposition. The second was the high school expansion, and then the third was geothermal. And we came out of that meeting with the remaining questions for the board, which was, should elementary AC go into Proposition 1, or should it go with geothermal in Proposition 3? Given the feedback we've heard between the last board meeting and now, I'm going to throw sort of 2 more considerations at us to consider for tonight. Should we split the infrastructure? Should we split the infrastructure into Proposition 1 and have Siwanoy infrastructure and its project that is associated with it go together, and that goes into a second proposition? So have 2 different propositions instead of infrastructure, Siwanoy infrastructure. We package all the Siwanoy items together. And then the second question I have is, and we have someone here today to help us with this, do we have enough information on geothermal to keep it on the ballot for this? And so we have Jim Dolan? Yes, Jim Dolan. We have Jim here today if we have questions for him before we make a determination on that. And so our goal is to align on what will appear on the ballot in May. And then we would give directions to the district to draft the resolutions based on our discussion tonight. And we would bring it to the next board meeting and approve it, or talk about approving it, approve it.
Jackie, can you just say again what you're proposing, just so I understand?
We need to talk about the propositions we had last time.
Yeah, no, just like
Oh, I'm sorry.
the shift in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
I just want to understand.
The 2 additional
Yeah.
things.
2 additional.
Well,
Total of 4.
it would be a total of 4 if we kept geothermal. Right. When we want to talk about if.
Separating it all out.
So Proposition 1 would have
Infrastructure,
for,
infrastructure
For Prospect and Colonial.
for
And the high
and the
school.
high school.
Oh, and the high school, okay.
Because
Okay.
we talked about how we can't do major infrastructure improvements to Siwanoy without having the ADA compliance, which is requiring, to have more classrooms and while addressing the space needs.
right,
So putting that all together in a second proposition.
okay.
So maybe, or you more simply said carving out everything Siwanoy related?
Carving, yeah,
So
having
putting
like a Siwanoy
a
package.
Siwanoy proposition, basically.
Yes. A
Okay.
Siwanoy proposition.
Okay.
Have an infrastructure proposition.
And I should add, there's a little middle school stuff in the infrastructure too.
Yes, there's a
wanna
middle
keep that.
school, the
There's a
flat
little bit of
roof.
roofing and-
Roof,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
And then so it would look like, yes, so splitting infrastructure, a Siwanoy package, then the high school package, and then geothermal.
Okay.
If we,
If we keep
if we choose to keep it, because that was the other question I had, given
Right.
what we were talking about.
Okay.
And I don't,
So-
did you say where air conditioning?
I was about to say, and where does
Yeah.
air conditioning fall in this?
Infrastructure.
So we would, well, I mean, we'd have to talk about it.
Right.
But it's a similar question to what we had on the proposal
Right.
It was
from
still an
last week.
outstanding question.
Okay,
Um,
right.
Can I just hand these out?
Yes,
to
of
everyone?
course.
I
She
tried
has-
to
she has a
draft-
worksheet
I just
for
tried
us.
to draft some questions, which I think are the questions that we've got to answer tonight. I think you already have one of these.
Okay, thank you.
Just to kind of help us stay on track with what decisions we
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
make.
Yes.
Yeah, because I just want to be clear about what exactly is in each one, right? That's- yeah.
Exactly.
This is helpful to have it in front of us like this.
Okay, so do we want to start with we can start at number 1.
Yeah.
You don't have to go in this order.
Okay.
I'm only one
Mhm.
person among us, but I wonder if any of these questions will be influenced by what we might hear from the experts on some of the stuff that we had, I think, planned on talking about.
Yeah, we can ask the
When
geotech.
we- absolutely.
So I don't know if it makes sense to sort of
Flip it.
reverse it and get the information
Mhm.
first, and then we start
Yeah.
making decisions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what a good place to start. I know we didn't have any formal presentations planned
Right.
tonight, so I know that our construction folks are here as a resource. So I guess I would just maybe open it up to Jim and Walter. Is there anything specific from and Walter, you've been with us in our prior conversations, specifically start, I guess, maybe with geothermal, because I think that was the biggest area that there was still a lot of questions from the board about. Maybe would just kind of tee us
Chris
up with.
and-
What's up, Chris?
Chris
looking-
is,
If I can just ask all the board members, please slide your mics over. In this room, I can't do too much to boost the signal up.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, if you could maybe just kind of give us a little, just a quick overview of geothermal as it's proposed in the project. And then I think where we're hoping is understand is, some of the concerns that were brought up tonight, of course, would be helpful to get your perspective on those, as well as what you see as benefits, how works in a school, for a school district, et cetera.
Yeah, first of all, lots of really good comments.
Mhm.
I just want to congratulate everybody on the feedback, right? This has been a process where we've gotten a lot of feedback. We've had a lot of really good discussion, and I just want to congratulate everybody for coming out tonight and talking about it. It's really important. I'm joined tonight by Jim Dolan, who's actually with OLA Consulting Engineers.
Thank you.
So Jim, his team worked with us to help do the building condition survey and develop some of the concepts for the heating plant replacements, air conditioning, and the infrastructure work in the buildings. Jim has not worked on this on the kind of ground level, so I just want to preface it a little bit. The reason I've asked Jim to join us tonight is he actually heads the energy department at OLA, which studies different systems and possibilities within buildings. And Jim also and his team work as a flex tech consultant for NYSERDA, doing exactly this for different entities, and even on projects where they're not the engineers of record, so really as advisors. So Jim can talk to us a little bit about high-level concepts, pros and cons of different systems. So just a reminder of what we have talked about in the buildings. So first and foremost issue is that we have steam plants that have come of age. They need to be addressed one way or the other. We talked about an upgrade to hydronic systems for efficiency, controllability, but it also creates this option for us to consider alternatives and ways to provide more sustainable solutions within those formats for heating and cooling. And one of the options we've talked about is geothermal. So geothermal allows us to use a ground source heat pump system to produce hot and cold water that can run through the hydronic components of the building to distribute heating and cooling. We have looked at add variable refrigerant systems to provide air conditioning in limited areas. I would say, just as a reminder, there's some equipment in the building that we are trying to reuse and recapture to upgrade to be compatible with the hydronic system. And in some cases that it doesn't preclude us, but it may make more sense to keep the equipment that's in place and update it as opposed to replacing it. So when we do that, it's much more suited for hydronic component upgrades as opposed to switching it out for a VRF system. So just VRF, what does that mean? It's like,
Thank you.
we're talking a code word. Probably a component that you most see frequently is like a Mitsubishi Mr. Split or a Slim system where there's a component, a wall pack that sits on the wall, delivers air conditioning, a remote, and the little panel kind of opens up automatically and get heating and cooling. Outside, there's a heat pump that sits outside, like an air conditioning condenser. It's what it looks like. It's not what it is. It's a little bit different. But that system allows refrigerant to be delivered at different rates and even different temperatures to different components within the system. So there's a great deal of flexibility with it, but there are some limitations associated with it. So Jim could talk about that a little bit. And we did, in our initial consideration of air conditioning, remember we went through like a revision component to go to dual temperature hydronic. There were components of that were considered to be VRFs. And we have used VRF in different areas in the district. When we've had smaller applications where we're not talking about holistic system changes, particularly with heating plants. So that's kind of how we got to where we are. So maybe I'll ask Jim to just come up and introduce himself and talk a little bit about what he does and maybe some systems that are available.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, Jim Dolan, OLA Consulting Engineers. Been in the industry about 34 or so years. As Walt said, I head up our energy and commissioning group. I'll apologize to everybody for having my back to you. But yeah, you know, as Walt said, I didn't work on the nitty-gritty of these projects. A team in our office who did that is working on it. And the question came up about geothermal versus other systems. And you know, I think I've worked a lot in designing geosystems, closed loop systems, and some of them are in operation here in Westchester, like the Jacob Burns Film Center. It's been operating for a long time, very successful, great project, and it's been done throughout the county and throughout the state. And I'd say there's been a few projects that have problems in the area. You may have heard of some of them. We're helping to fix some of those. I've worked at the campus that was mentioned earlier. I've commissioned systems at that campus, and you know, those systems work. They do well. You do not need to have a boiler plant for a closed loop geosystem. I think there is a rationale today to couple the right technology with the right space. Like, we're always trying to, your schools, each one, different ages, as Walt mentioned. You have, you know, aging out steam systems. You've got certain components that aren't compatible with other systems. So you try to find the right system for that project, for the need for those students, right? You've got comfort conditions, ventilation, obviously your long-term energy costs and maintenance are all just some of the factors that come into play. So that informs what might be the right system for a project. And, you know, quite frankly, also what other, you know, factors are there? Are there incentives out there? Is there a mandate to move to something that's a little bit more environmentally sound might influence your decision? I'll very quickly sort of talk about closed loop geothermal, which is essentially, I believe in the context we're talking about here, just like 500-foot depth, closed systems. Yes, there is some drilling into the ground. There are 6 or so inch bores that go into the ground, and there's grout and some HDPE pipe that'll last 100 years. Essentially, it doesn't communicate with the groundwater. So there's no communication with anything in the groundwater. So it's a closed system, and it comes in, it rejects the heat to the 55-degree ground. As was said earlier, there's a little bit less lift, the less work that has to be done when you go to the ground versus extracting heat from cold 5-10-degree air that we see in this climate. Air source heat pumps, just to talk about those for a second. you know, they extract the heat from the ambient air, and they use a heat pump, which is essentially the same thing as your normal refrigeration system that you might have in your house or your car, but it just reverses and it pumps out heat instead of pumping out AC in certain cycles. You know, there's various size types. You have more institutional level chiller heaters that you can do, and you might have more light commercial VRFs, split systems that that Walt was just talking about. When you start going to smaller systems, there's a reason why like early schools had like a giant boiler, one big component served the space, is because you really don't want to have a million little parts to fix in your building. So you have to balance that out when you start thinking about a building that's going to be there. This isn't a 20-year proposition for this work. You don't want to be here, you'll blink. Some of the people who have kids that are first grade or second grade, you're going to blink, they're going to be going to college, it happens fast. So same thing with your infrastructure. You want it to last. So you want something, those pipes that are in the ground for a closed loop system will last 50 to 100 years, you know. And the systems that they attach to will probably convert a couple of times before you ever need to do anything with that. So it's you know, there's a lot of different factors that go into it. There was a couple of things that were said that aren't quite exactly right, but that's not uncommon. It is complicated. There's a lot of vernacular that can be confusing. So if there's specific questions, I can try to answer them. I will say one thing for the neighbors: air source equipment, it's louder. Heat pumps in the winter, making noise, making heat. Ground loop, quiet. So you might deal with some noise during construction, but for the life of the systems, you hear nothing.
Thank you. Can you clarify or talk a little bit more about sort of the right system with the right, like how, you know, trying to address cold winters? You know, we heard like what would be the process? How would we identify not being one of those folks that need to come in and get fixed? Or if it's a cold winter, we're realizing we don't have a system that's proper. Like what, can you just talk through about how we would ensure, if this were to go through, that we would have the right system, we would have a lasting system, that we wouldn't, you know, be making those, like wrong choices for the size and the scope.
Yeah,
Of the
you know,
system.
it's interesting. Sometimes people, especially like with the green movement in buildings, they try to do what was progressive, and they might have been the front runners, the earliest of the people to jump into geo, and there was a variety of different systems. And some people use standing column, 1,500-foot open wells, and they've proven to be problematic. So that period of time, that shakeout period, you might know with lighting, right? A lot of you have probably, when we had incandescents, and then we had T12s, and then T8s, and then T5s, and now everybody has LEDs. It was like LED lighting was around for a long time before it became something that everybody essentially uses and does, and it's reliable. I think some of that initial shakeout period has occurred. I think you just have to have the right consultants and right firms and right installers to make sure that it gets done properly and sized properly. But you know, this is done all over the place and successfully. So I have no concern that you'll be able to have heat in the winter.
I had a couple questions based on things that, comments that we heard. So I guess three, actually. I think there were two comments from someone about, one, the water table being high, and two, like flooding as a result. My understanding, and tell me if this is wrong, was actually having high water table was good for geothermal because like the water flows around the tubes and you get to stay at 55 more, like you can pull more heat out or put it back in. You tell me if that's right or wrong, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't matter.
Okay.
From the in this climate, in this location, you'll have 55-degree ground, and that's what you want, and that's fine. So water or no water, it's okay.
Okay.
Can I, before, because it's similar to that question, does it, I think one of the questions from the group here was, does it impact flooding? Because one of the schools is, well, both of us, Siwanoy and Prospect, are in areas where they are dealing with, you know, flooding.
Right.
And
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. So real quick, there's a lot of geotechnical items that you would have your site engineer and geotechnical folks involved with. But essentially, these are, like I said, 6-inch bores that go down. It's below grade, few feet below grade. If you're talking about flooding that's coming from rainwater, it would have no effect. There is a piece when you mention groundwater that I do think is important, is the sense that like while you're putting in your geosystem, you can actually have a decent amount of water that as you're drilling it needs to be contained, and then it needs to be settled before it can just be put back into your storm drains. So you can have that, but there's no real risk there. The only risk could be if you don't let it settle, you could have silt that could end up getting into the streams, which you don't want to do. So part of the specs, part of the design is to make sure that you any water that's comes up, if you hit a fissure with water, that's contained and properly treated before it goes back. But it's groundwater, it's clean. And then once that's done, it's a stagnant system. It doesn't interact in any way.
Got it. And Walt, I know you've talked about, the flood mitigation that we've been, conceptually talking about that would, after this project, put us in a better place from a flooding perspective than we are now. Is that fair?
The geothermal's not going to help or hurt you.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Unrelated to geothermal.
Yeah, and you would have to ask a civil engineer if you want to go through your flood and retaining water and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would not be me.
Yeah, no worries. And then I had a good conversation, I thought, the other day with Rich for a while about geothermal versus alternatives. And I would say I came out of that conversation hearing Rich being very confident that a non-geothermal solution would be better from a financial point of view, and frankly, in his mind, from a environmental point of view also. I was hoping maybe you guys could take a crack at explaining how you guys think about that.
So, and again, I'm going to try to avoid talking specifically about your projects that I really haven't been involved, but, when we did Jacob Burns, we simultaneously did the Student Center at Manhattanville, and we did them very differently. And I headed up the design on both, and we did energy analysis. We worked with NYSERDA, and actually, like energy savings wise, they were essentially the same. So there's a lot of ways to get to whatever your goals are. Okay, and so that's important to sort of, it's the owner's project requirements. If you're looking for, something that's less maintenance and sustainable and will last well beyond the time of everybody in this room, if you're really forward-looking, then geo is a great option. So I'm not saying any option isn't workable and can't be designed properly. I think there's, it just first cost, over the life. If you look at total life cycle, are you going to be replacing this system in 20 years? You're going to add a lot of, noise. You put a lot of compressors around. You have a lot more noise issues. So there's a lot of different factors, and probably more than we want to get into. But I think most of the systems that are out there can be done properly. And when you have a cost disparity, oftentimes people aren't comparing apples to apples. So there's some vetting out that happens. And as I think was mentioned early on, there's still a lot of, you're really just getting started on design in a lot of ways. There's a lot of things to be vetted out and made sure it's properly, fully designed.
Yeah, the challenge is we're at the point of needing to figure out whether we're going to include geothermal.
There's always a cart before the horse thing that happens with
Yep.
schools. I get it. We do a lot of school work. It's very tough. And I know I heard all the concerns about costing and there is some adjusting that goes on as you work with the contractors, to do your costing at various stages in design. And one thing we always try, if we do geo, we want to make sure that well field is as small as it needs to be, because there is an incremental cost. So you want to right size the systems. You don't want to buy anything more than you have to. And you'll go back and forth to make sure you tweak things and get it right.
I have a question. In some of the dialogue I've heard about geothermal, and I'm going to radically oversimplify here, but one of the takeaways I've heard, or an opinion that I've heard, is that geothermal doesn't work as well for buildings that don't function 365 days a year, all right? Or other, whether the ventilation or heating or the AC or the heating may not be needed, isn't on constantly, right? And a school might fit that description of a building where there are kind of periods when it's just, the geothermal just isn't being used. And in those instances, geothermal just doesn't work as well, right? It's optimized for buildings that are in constant operation and usage. Do you have an opinion on that? Is that right? Is that wrong? Is it depends? Is
So
there any truth to
you
that?
need to design it properly. And one of the things you have to do when you're doing a ground loop is do the math, and there's software that will tell you for the number of hours, what's the temperature of the loop. You don't want the temperature to get too warm or too cold over time. So you need to look at how is it working, and that would affect your system design, how many wells you need, and if you need to tweak something one way or the other, there's ways to trim loads and even that well temp so it doesn't creep up over time or decrease. So in other words, if you're heating dominated, the well might start to get a little bit cooler over time. If you're cooling dominated, it might start to get hotter over time. Thus sort of making the other season not be able to work as well. So you design it so that it doesn't have that problem.
Thank you.
And I think we talked about last time that the schools are actually used all through the summer pretty much also. Like the rec programs use it, and so they're occupied almost all year round.
I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned earlier about there were systems that you have worked on, or not installed, but have worked on recently or now that were not working properly. And I'd like to understand a little bit more about what were the issues that you saw. Was it because they were one of the first ones installed, and maybe they were one of the first iterations and all the kinks hadn't been worked out? Was there something about the age that some part of the system failed? Like, I'd like to just understand a little bit more about what that was.
Sure. Yeah, there was this race to green buildings, and kind of in the early 90s, I'd say, to mid 90s, and there's projects that were put in where people did geothermal, and there was open well systems, sort of short in and out, almost like a residential well. There was the standing column well, which is. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I know the different. You can explain it again. I'm okay on that, but it's okay. It's always good to hear things twice.
Very quickly. Open is just it takes water from the ground and puts it back in the ground. It's not a closed loop. It's not something that's just like a container.
Yeah.
And essentially, in a closed system, it's a self-contained. You don't really add water to it. It just loops around. And an open well really goes back to your geotechnical, what's below the ground. And one thing I've learned, not being a geotechnical engineer, is you really don't know what's going on down there, right? There's a lot that happens. When you do a closed loop well, you kind of control that. And so your question about what were the early problems? And there's a few entities around here, I'm just going to refrain from saying names, where they did standing column wells, which were 1,500 feet deep. And in premise, they're logical. But there was a number of things that probably could have been done to make that more reliable and less guesswork, I'll say. And I think there was the point where you sort of a geotechnical person wasn't talking to the building person and things of that nature. And at the end of the day, those systems rely on recharging that well with water. And sometimes your geotechnical conditions change, and it might just be natural. It might change and then change back, and they weren't always recharging. So you needed that 1,500-foot well to basically load back up with water. So it might be a 2 GPM kind of load, but your entire thermal capacity of that system depending on that recharging. And so say you had 5 of them, 2 worked great, 1 was okay, and 2 were sort of starving for water, and the well pumps might have, they would seize up or have problems or just not get the thermal heat that you needed out of them. All because thermal conditions are a bit of a guesswork when you don't have when you're doing an open system. So I think that was a lesson learned. By the way, it wasn't just in Westchester, this was in Manhattan, and a lot of places did this. And you know, it was progressive. We kind of feel like we're progressive, but we use a lot of off-the-shelf technology. And we always say to schools, we want to keep the science in the classroom, right? We're not looking for you to experiment with the HVAC systems. It needs to be reliable. Whatever system you pick should have the same safety factors that we've been comfortable with over the years. It's just high performance means the system can be smaller. So, you know, I'm happy to go into more detail, but it was essentially a miss on sort of the geotechnical and the building system engineers really not sort of getting on the same page, and maybe clients ending up taking more risk than they thought they were.
Thank you. Oh,
go ahead.
for geothermal, and you mentioned doing some work in Manhattan, which is constrained with space. In your experience, is there an optimal space where like is the best space to do geothermal on? Because, you know, we are Lower Westchester. Our properties are rather small in comparison to Upper Westchester. But you just mentioned doing some work in Manhattan. Like, is there such a thing as an optimal space in where to build these wells?
I'm going to add to that because it's similar. Someone who was here tonight talked about, can you comment on the impact, because it's so space constrained, there's homes nearby, the impact of the potential impact of the drilling on homes.
Yeah.
You know,
You know, it was interesting. One of the things about Jacob Burns, I'll mention that project. It was like, it won the state project of the year, and it was really well received, both by the community and professionals alike, right? And it's been around for a long time. I forget when we worked with KGD on that. Was that 06 or something? So it's a while now, right? If there was a problem, we would have known about it a long time ago. And one of the things we did was, where the building was sited, we looked at how big the well field could be and sort of optimized everything in the building to maximize that space for where ultimately is below the parking lot. So when you drive by there, just below the parking lot is where all the wells are, and it wraps around the space. And one of the things that is, you know, I mentioned it earlier, there was some real benefits to that for Jacob Burns, not just the energy efficiency and to sort of be progressive on, you know, systems. It was also the fact that they could get their parking, right? You didn't have this big component out in the parking lot. They also wanted to use the roof for events, and so that space was valuable to them. We also had solar and other things up there, and sawtooth roof for lighting. So the roof space was really valuable. So putting a big piece of mechanical equipment like a cooling tower didn't work. But I think one of the best benefits of it was there's no noise to the neighbors. And that is right next to houses. So like I said, you might deal with a little bit of noise in the short term for drilling, but for the rest of the life of that building, there's no noise. And that's really, I think, a huge benefit. And if you think about that whirring, if you have neighbors that have heat pumps, I have a heat pump in my house, by the way. I have also fossil fuel, and I try to optimize it. I'm a little bit like you know, the gentleman who spoke earlier, just sort of tinkering with my own house. But it makes a lot of noise. It's kind of annoying because that condenser's on the side where I have a neighbor, and they haven't complained. But if I were them, I'd be a little bit like, what's Jim doing now? You know, it's in January, and I hear this basically with the condenser you'd hear in the summer. So, you know, cooling towers have noise, you know, so, but in the winter, noise travels a lot. So there is a benefit. I'm not really looking to disparage another system, but there are significant benefits to a ground-coupled system. The word geothermal is a little bit of a misnomer.
Could you talk about when it's actually being constructed? Because it sounded like there was a resident concerned about the homes, as the schools are 100-plus-year-old buildings. When the system would be installed, is there, I don't know, any risk to the foundation of homes right around the school? Could you speak to that?
And Anne Marie, I'm gonna add maybe a clarifying point, because a lot of our homes in Pelham, because they are so old, they have, like, I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like rubble foundation. Yeah. So sometimes it's like the weight of the house is actually what is keeping the foundations like as sturdy as it is, and any sort of disruption could possibly disrupt the foundation, and so the impact of any vibration from drilling, specifically if it's drilling through rock, like what, and it's possible that answering this question isn't something you're able to do off the cuff, but in case you can, like what would the impact be?
Yeah.
But drilling next to a house.
So there's a lot of due diligence that goes into any design, and you have certain setbacks from certain, things. And I will say this, there's never been a project we worked on that at Geo where there was, we have to be careful of this because of that 500-foot well. It's really 6 inches, 3 feet around it won't even, notice that.
6 inches in diameter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, each well, and they're like 16 to 20 feet apart. So you wouldn't even notice anything, 5 feet away. So
So when we say drilling, like what is that tool that you are using to drill?
Go ahead.
It's really boring, right? It's like it's not drilling per se. It's like it's a borehole.
Yeah,
but
so
what is that tool?
I think the best thing to do is give you some examples of projects that we worked in the past and the things that we have experienced, right? So when we worked in Middletown School District, and that's a project we also did with KG&D, they did about 180 wells there. We had 4 rigs. So rigs are these giant rigs. They pull up in a truck and they pull up and they raise this tower, and the tower is what holds the drilling system. And then they add these 25 or 40 foot long tubes and they drill into the ground. The average drill was doing about 500 feet in a day. So for 495 foot closed loop systems, we were doing approximately 1 drill day. So we could increase or decrease the amount of drill time depending on how many drills you have physically on the site and depending on how many actual wells you have to drill. All right, so we will calculate what that is in time, but just to give you a sense of what it is, about 1 drill rig can drill 1 500-foot well in a day, on average, okay? So we were drilling through the months of May and June while school was taking place, literally out in the field next to the middle school, and it was having, in terms of vibration, absolutely no impact at all on the school building and its operations. Now the drills, because they're on the back of trucks and they have some equipment that's on it that is a little loud, so you'll hear some revving of engines from the drill and the drill going up and down. They also have to use some water. So they're going to introduce water with the drill rig in order to cut through some of the rock until they hit a water table in which they don't need to use it anymore. And then they, as was mentioned earlier, there's a sort of silty sludge material that comes out of the well after it's dug, and then that has to be 2 things. It has to be scooped up and hauled away, and then excess water has to be put through a cleaning process, and there's machinery that does that, or we'll dig pools in the ground sediment pools and let that silty material settle in the pools. So there's quite a few things that you have to do to make that operate. I might also mention that we're actually just about to start a drill process in Katona, at Katona Elementary School, and that is also in a very residential area, and so we take into consideration all those concerns that you have in regards to that. So we try and relegate that kind of work if we can, mostly during summers. But again, the impact in terms of vibrations that you're concerned about, I haven't really experienced that. We may experience that more when we start talking about that dreaded rock removal like we did over at the other site. So that's a different conversation, and we'll put the same kind of parameters in place when we did the last one, and same communication with the neighbors that we did in the last one. But I wouldn't worry about the drilling noise, the drilling vibrations rather.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Walter, to maybe round this out, can you just remind us what the hydronic system that was planned would be, as compared to what the hydronic would be? And I know there's cost difference too, and I know you may not, I know the board has those numbers in front of them, but I think it's probably, what would one look like, what would the other look like, and if there's any substantial difference that, the board, that we haven't talked about. that would help
In terms
them.
of the equipment that would be included, in terms of the performance?
Yeah,
budget?
general benefits. I'd say equipment in part, because part of me is thinking air pumps, outside space that's gonna be required for location of those, limited school property, like, just so we can kind of get an understanding of which system's currently planned if we go with the hydronic. We've talked about the geothermal quite a bit, so.
Yeah, yeah. So we've talked about a combination of different systems for the straight air conditioning. So when we talk about the air conditioning system, what we're generally talking about right now is using the same piping distribution that we're using for heating, in some cases, to deliver cooling. That cooling would have to, the cooled water would have to be produced with a piece of equipment. They'll sit outside somewhere, generally, on a roof, outside the building. Could be some number of pieces of equipment. There may be limited applications of VRF components, depending on locations and systems that we're touching and impacting. Remember, we have a fair amount of existing equipment that we are trying to work with and maintain and maximize the use of where we can, where we have equipment that's still got a decent amount of expected remaining useful life. And that would be coupled with a boiler plant, right? So it's gonna be a high efficiency hydronic boiler, gas fired, which will give you a substantial boost in efficiency from your steam plant, just on a fundamental note for your heating component. In a geothermal system, we'd be looking at the well field, which after we get through the construction, disappears under the parking lot or in the grass. So there wouldn't be a visible outdoor component to speak of for that, the large scale production. It would include a water source heat pump in the building. Usually it's like in the basement, kind of like sits like a boiler plant. And I think there was something mentioned earlier about having some redundancy with fossil backup. And we would recommend that in every case too, so that we have a situation where we can provide additional temp where needed. And that's more than likely going to be required for our degree days for heating because of some of our site constraints on the number of wells we can put in. So that would make a lot of sense to have a boiler component that's coupled with that as well inside the building. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. A lot of geothermal. Any other questions?
Would you, it's not Q&A, but since we were talking about your, what you, yeah, your specialty.
My question is this, and the budget is obviously.
I know, and I'll bring.
Just for streaming purposes.
Yeah, so everyone can hear you.
The budget is obviously a constraint, as you've heard here tonight. And my concern is, what is the difference in cost between doing the GEO with the gas backup as opposed to doing the VRF system with the gas backup to run on the coldest days, so you're not using the VRF when it's less efficient. You're only using it in like the shoulders, and then you have the VRF for cooling. And especially when utility rates and distribution rates, I don't know if you're aware, they're rising at 16% per year, and the Public Service Commission has authorized those. So by going to an electric heating system, you are going to be subjecting the school district to those extremely rapidly rising electric costs, okay? And just to be clear, because I'm sure there are people here that think that geothermal heat has no carbon footprint, but the electricity for the geothermal has to come from somewhere. And since the closure of Indian Point, the downstate electric grid has a carbon footprint of 950 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour. So it is not one of the cleaner systems in the United States, unfortunately, because of state policy, which is why I was in Albany yesterday. So have you done a cost analysis, both from the point of installation costs and from the point of operating costs? Because it's very clear that a gas system during the coldest days of winter, like another guy and I calculate 500 hours of operation in the coldest days, would give you optimal efficiency without even using the electric system, and coupling with the VRF, a hot water coil in those units with a little hole going out through the wall so you could bring in fresh air through the units to make sure you have good airflow in the classrooms. And that's what we were discussing, what we were concerned about. And this person has a huge amount of experience with it. Okay. What's the difference in installation costs? Because the budget. No, okay.
Get up to the mic.
Yeah, I don't have those exact numbers. I can speak more generally. So an air source heat pump is going to be less efficient than a ground source heat pump. Area of 20, 30, sometimes 40% difference. So the point of carbon emissions, so, I've been talking for a while about in 2030, New York was anticipated to be 70% renewable. We kind of started off with a head start because of all the hydro. That's pushed out a bit. Hopefully we stay on a good track, and by 2040, carbon free. So this is part of what's really motivating a lot of the electric push to electric and heat pumps is to, if you're on fossil fuel, you're married to fossil fuel. If you're on electric, you're going to basically be carbon free at some point in the future, as long as we stay on track with wind and batteries and solar that have been contracted. But I think what Walt said and what I said, and I think is in keeping with what was just mentioned, is that we're going to optimize that system. And at the end of the day, there's going to be a blend here, mostly because you're trying to find the most cost-effective way to do it. But that also hedges you a little bit against, utility rate pain. Now, gas has been cheap for a long time. It was projected some time ago to be cheap for a lot longer. Who knows? We know oil got extraordinarily expensive, way more than I think people expected. And, electricity's had a pretty sizable trend up over time. So no matter what you do, your utility bills are likely to go up. So the key is maybe to pick the system that's the most efficient and cost effective, but don't forget maintenance too. And I think, that's a huge cost to a school district, and that replacement cost of the system is huge. So what's $20 million today, if it's a 20-year system, somebody saving $1 million a year to replace that. So, if you can get something that lasts 40, 50 years, you're deferring a lot of costs that you would have to come up with, for your successors. So I think there's I don't have exact numbers, but I know if you did like a new building, you can have a payback on a closed loop geo of 14 to 18 years, for that incremental cost. And so with incentives and rebates, that can get to be much shorter. So that's a short answer to a kind of a long question.
Complex question.
So I guess I would just remind the board, in your folders, you've got spreadsheets with costs. And Jim, Jim stepped up, and
Yeah,
thanks,
but
his
thanks
office
to Jim.
worked to get spreadsheets that, so you can see the costs for the various projects as we discussed them at our last meeting. So that's the first, I believe that's the first page, first couple of pages. And then on the third page, Jackie did ask us to, knowing that she was going to propose a potential separation of Siwanoy from the remainder of the infrastructure. There's one if you don't have one. Pass those down to Cindy's. There is a spreadsheet with that. So just a reminder that the cost for the additive cost for geothermal for Prospect Hill and Siwanoy together was $4.5 million to add the system to those two buildings. And we did not have the cost out here for the high school because at our last meeting, we said we were forgoing building-wide air conditioning at the high school, given that we already have significant coverage, and we'd look for other ways to air condition the high school. Yep. Yes, Chris. Yeah, just reminding the board that the cost difference was $4.5 million to add geothermal. And that's above, obviously the systems would be different, but the cost difference between hydronic and upgrading to geothermal would be $4.5 million.
Okay. Okay.
And can I just say, because maybe it's helpful to just say out loud, that means then, tell me if I'm looking at the right page.
Yes.
For a property assessed at $850,000, it's an extra $46 a year. Am I looking at that properly? Right?
Yes.
And then a house that's
Tax
1.2 million, it would be an extra $64 a year, and we're talking just the geothermal at those two schools.
Yeah.
And a property assessed at 1.5 is an extra $82 a year.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So if we go back to the, do we want to go back to the questions now that we need to?
Yeah.
Yep.
That we need to grapple with?
Do we need our construction folks to stay?
I think we're good, or can we ask,
Okay.
can we let people go?
Yeah.
So-
Jim, thank you for coming. We appreciate the expertise.
Were we keeping Walt? Because I think there
Yeah.
was some questions about the playground stuff.
Okay,
I
Walter.
don't know.
Walter, sorry, we
you're
may need
staying.
you to stay.
Oh.
Okay. Kevin, you might want to stick around for fun, too. There's likely to be
Okay,
some
we'll let you go,
logistical
Jim.
questions.
Thank you.
Jim,
Thank you.
thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Jim, sorry.
Back to the question.
Okay. Do we want to go in order? Let's start with
Up to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the first one we
Yeah.
have here is, do we want to move away from having infrastructure and Siwanoy together and split them into two proposals? If we look at that same sheet that you were looking at, Anne Marie,
Yeah.
if we look, and again, we have to pull out Siwanoy's infrastructure from the infrastructure proposition and package it with Siwanoy.
Right.
Can we explain a little of why that needs to happen? So that way people understand why Savonor has to be pulled out of
Yeah,
the infrastructure package?
Yep, in its simplest, I'll try to do it in its simplest form. In order to do any major work at Siwanoy, we need to do the ADA work. So even to do any major infrastructure, we can't do that without.
And in order to do the ADA
project.
work,
That's what's leading us to the expansion conversation, yep. So we need to do, in order to do ADA, in order to do any work, we need to do the ADA, which leads us to needing the expansion. That's,
So with that, right, so if Siwanoy doesn't go through, then the infrastructure doesn't go through, so.
for Savonor,
So we're talking about potential,
splitting
yes.
infrastructure.
But you have to have a yes for, in the proposal, you have to have a yes for Siwanoy.
well,
That's what we're
we're
speaking about.
debating whether to keep them paired, which
Yes.
is where we left last Wednesday.
Yes,
Or separate.
Or to separate.
Siwanoy.
yes,
Yeah.
I'm together, maybe I'm
Okay.
not asking it the
Okay.
right way. I guess what I'm saying is if we separate them,
That's right.
Yes.
and you get a no for Siwanoy, you have an automatic no for infrastructure.
Not necessarily
Got it.
unless.
Siwanoy.
It depends.
Got it.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so you can do the infrastructure without the ADA?
Infrastructure
No,
other
you're-
than at Siwanoy.
You're talking about the infrastructure at Siwanoy.
Yes.
Okay, we should let people finish.
Yes.
Because I think we all jumped in and
going.
cut you off before you finished.
I
Sorry.
think
Sorry
that's just
about
what
that.
I want clarification.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a question than
Yeah.
like,
So
yes.
ask it one more time, and we won't jump in and cut you off.
No, you're totally. If we put the infrastructure with Siwanoy. and-
Siwanoy's infrastructure with Siwanoy.
Yes, so
Yeah.
it's like a separate thing.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And Siwanoy gets a no in the vote, the infrastructure for the other infrastructure, the non-Siwanoy infrastructure, I guess the infrastructure as a whole, can go through.
It would be
If it's
voted on
separate.
separately, and if
we
it
have
passes,
separate
yes.
propositions.
If it's
I'm
voted on
just clarifying,
separately.
because I know if you
and
don't
it's
do the
passed,
ADA, other things don't go through, so I'm just trying to
It would
understand
be specific to the building.
the
So if
building.
if it's separated in Siwanoy's infrastructure, then goes with Siwanoy. If Siwanoy were not to pass, then nothing could be done at Siwanoy.
Got it, but the rest of the infrastructure
If
could
it passed.
happen
If it
if
passed.
the other building passes.
Yes.
That's exactly what I just
Yes.
wanted to clarify.
And,
Okay.
and maybe we talk about for a second, if that does happen, what if something does happen to the boiler, or- for example,
At Siwanoy.
at Siwanoy, right? How does the district address?
I'm going to turn to my colleague, Jim. Would be in an emergency repair situation.
I think, yes, if something like that were to happen, the board would have to declare an emergency, and that allows you with some latitude. I'm just going to turn to Walter and/or Kevin. They've probably faced this scenario before. Now, I think it would be akin to, say you're stuck on the side of the road. You can kind of put a spare tire on your car and you can get off the road. So I think you'd probably be able to replace kind in kind, so a steam boiler for a steam boiler or a temporary boiler. But I'm going to turn it to the technical folks here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have been caught in that situation before where we've had boilers go down in school districts. And believe it or not, there is equipment that on the back of a flatbed, of an 18-wheeler lowboy, that you can lease for a period of time, and they will hook that right up and take your old boilers out of service and tie into your existing heating system. It works really good for temporary service until you can get your new equipment in. That does usually, boiler equipment has been taking 8 or 10 weeks to get. So you would be running on a temporary boiler for probably 2 or 3 months, and then once you have that new boiler on, you
With
disconnect the
that
old one.
temporary boiler, is that on a trailer outside the building?
Yes, just sits on a trailer outside the building, and gets hooked up with power, and water piping gets tied into the existing system that you have. Yeah, or steam, depending on what it is that you're using.
And then for funding and for state education approval.
If you're going through that process, you can declare an emergency as was indicated. That helps speed up the process of you going through to get contractors involved, to put a new unit in. That's one method that you could use, sure.
But just,
I think one that we had, one particular incident had a water failure that, because the boiler was in the basement, filled the basement up, boiler went out of service, that became an insurance claim. So depending on your situation, it could be one or the other.
my understanding, two things. One, my understanding is those temporary boilers are fairly expensive. Is that
Well, you
fair?
lease them. You mean in terms of, yeah, they're not inexpensive. They're expensive, but when you have an emergency like that, you do what you have to do.
Yeah.
There's
And
no other
then-
really option.
Right. And then the other is we would have to replace it with a steam boiler, I assume, right?
Great point. Yes, you could, you could design, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that question. There might be a possibility, in order for you to do it through the state education department, through an existing condition, you may have to. So there's an expenditure there for that, for something you may want to remove later. But there is a possibility that you might be able to design it quicker through an emergency project and do the upgrades as part of it. It might take you longer to do the upgrade into a hydronic system, but you may be able to get it done. That's a great question, though. I've never come across that one before.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's good for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go.
Actually, it's an add-on, sorry to make you sit down. You may not need to get up, and
Sit back.
maybe Jim, I don't know. In that scenario, and I know we're talking about what-ifs at this point, but would that kind of scenario cause the state to say, your building is not ADA compliant? Like, would that hold up an emergency project? Okay.
Not an emergency.
In a word.
I don't like talking about emergency boilers.
I didn't want to
short
talk about
answer
it,
is
but I
no.
wanted to ask the
Don't jinx
question.
us.
I wanted to-
Yeah.
I figured it wouldn't, but I just want to
Yeah.
I want to
no,
ask
they're
every
gonna help you
question.
Get your building operational as quickly as possible.
Okay.
But to answer your question about upgrading, I think you're if you are in an emergency situation, knock on wood, you're going to go back with a steam boiler. There just isn't time to upgrade the piping and change out the whole system.
Okay, thank you.
That's right.
While
still
we're
on
in the what if,
We're on original piping still.
And probably losing some days of school in there before you get a boiler in. It's not like they show up the day you want it. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the situation. Yeah. But that's a possibility.
So we're in the what if world. Okay, so what if the vote doesn't go through for Siwanoy, the other votes go through as a yes? What's then the timeline of the ADA, like what happens then, I guess is my question too. Like how long does that delay any ADA or upgrades to Siwanoy as far as the next phases?
We wouldn't be able to move ahead with anything
Right.
until the voters approved a different plan.
Yeah.
We would have
We
to
will
go
have to
out.
come back to the board and
For
redesign.
Siwanoy?
Just for Siwanoy.
Right.
And it will
Okay,
have
so
to be
you
put
could
up,
go back and then redo that particular vote
Mhm.
when,
and
when
it
we
will have
need
to be
to.
put up for a vote, and
Yes.
then money
And another bond,
allocated, yes, a
like just
bond.
address that. And
Yes.
okay.
Okay. So alternatively, if we keep them both together, right, infrastructure for across the district and the Siwanoy school expansion, if we keep them together and that does not pass, then we lose, I'm sorry, I wasn't close enough? I'm sorry. Okay, well, I was talking to my colleagues on the board.
Hi, we're over here too.
Okay, I'll turn this way too. If we keep them together and then the vote does not pass, then we lose, we lose
Same thing.
infrastructure
We'd have to go back out to the
across.
community for another vote and
Yeah.
another bond, because we
Yeah.
would not be authorized for the funding of the projects.
Yeah.
For all the infrastructure and
Everything.
Siwanoy. All of it, right.
Yes.
Correct.
And I say we lose, I'm meaning we all lose,
com-
the
right.
community. the
Yeah.
community.
Now,
Yeah.
question how does that affect the high school? Does that depend on how we structure the propositions then?
Yes.
So there's a scenario, with the what-if world, where, let's say, Siwanoy and the infrastructure is in Proposition 1 or A, the high school is in Proposition B, we could structure it where they're independent and be in a scenario where the high school passes, but the other things don't, right? Or this is what we're talking through,
This is-
right?
yes.
Yeah.
Or one can only happen if the other one passes, like this is, okay.
Yeah, I don't think we want to be in a situation where anything passes without the infrastructure passing.
Agreed. Yeah, I think
So
that,
Right.
I think that's,
I agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
yes, I agree with that. I think that makes sense.
So I guess, you're trying to hone in, I think, on this first question.
The
Yes.
separate or I
Given-
guess it's the
given that-
separate or
Separate
together.
keep-
Right.
Keep it together,
Separate or together?
yeah.
I think the upside is, right, the infrastructure, the general infrastructure can continue if the Siwanoy doesn't, which is a benefit. I'm trying to think of and then the downside is that if it doesn't go through,
If Siwanoy
if
doesn't.
Siwanoy doesn't go through and they're together, then everything is
Then that building
scratched.
basically stays trapped in time for
Right.
for however long it takes to.
But that building alone, not anything
Correct.
else,
Not
like the
anything
other,
else.
the infrastructure, the urgent, the aging infrastructure can continue
That's right.
aside from Siwanoy. Okay.
Correct.
Look, so my last year at the board, I'm up 3 years now.
It's the third year of your
The
term.
third year, right, thank you. And for the last 3 years, I've sat in the facilities committee. And since day one, we've talked about aging infrastructure. Now, when I started with the board, it was a different time, right? We had just gotten off of COVID, and our focus was really on getting the kids back to
Yes.
school and education and making sure the curriculums were right. But even back then, everybody who sat at this board, it was very different back then, was very concerned about our aging infrastructure. And I was here for the Hutchinson vote, and we were concerned, and the population of Siwanoy was really upset because nothing went their way. There was absolutely no ADA for them, there was no infrastructure, and things were taken out of that bond because we had Hutchinson and we had other things we had to do. And we kicked the can down the road. And now we're here from 2018, 2019, now we're 2025. I've seen those boilers every year that I've been on this board. We have gone to many of schools in Westchester examining how old buildings have integrated AC and done additions, and we've met at this committee every month for the last 3 years. It scares me if we do nothing for infrastructure. It really scares me, because 2 years ago, we approved to use reserves for one of our AC units at the middle school. We finally got approval this year. Unfortunately, one of those coils failed on us, and we saw ourselves having to dismiss kids in the middle school. I don't even want to think of what if a boiler fails, or what if the roof in one of our schools is leaking. We have to do infrastructure. Like, I won't be able to sleep at night if we do not pass an infrastructure bond. It will eventually, like down the road, as we know, projects take a long time to mature. It will be, tax neutral. I understand. I live in this town too. I have 3 children. Both my husband and I work. This is a tax burden, but it is what we have to do to keep our schools open. We have beautiful old buildings, but those, we have to keep them up. And unfortunately, we've done the best we can with what we have. It is time to make a decision on infrastructure, and I really think we need to make that decision and put that up for a bond. If it needs to be separated because the community is not ready to move forward with Sauernoy, I think we need to do it. I don't know how, if we put it together and it fails, it would be really hard for us. It would be really hard for us.
I'll follow up, Natalie. I'll say as a board member that everything that we've been discussing, all these capital projects, I'm behind all of them, right? I feel they're all vitally important. And one thing I want to make sure the community understands, and I know we've said it a number of times, but I understand the community is not involved in the day-to-day intricacies. I think many of you are, because you've been very committed to coming to the meetings and sharing your thoughts, which we really appreciate. I think a large part of the community doesn't understand that if we don't look ahead when it comes to infrastructure, because of the regulations and the state requirements for us to get approval, we're being irresponsible. So for example, if I decide I need a new roof, which I probably do, I can start talking to contractors, and maybe within a couple of months, they're working on a new roof for me. It doesn't work that way for schools, whether we like it or not. So, and right now I'm just talking infrastructure in general. It's why we have, if something is still working today, but is at end of its life, it's irresponsible of us to not consider the fact that with the HVAC unit that you just described, Natalie, it takes time because of just the regulations that a public school is under for large projects. So I too would not be able to sleep at night if we did not put out and pass an infrastructure proposition. Let me talk about Sauernoy. Let me share my thoughts about Sauernoy. I understand, and I truly have been listening to and reading comments. I read the Examiner. I think we all are very aware that there are varying feelings, opinions, beliefs, whatever, around the Sauernoy project. From my perspective, I've lived here for 17 years, and I have heard numerous times conversations around, what about Sauernoy? When are we going to do something about Sauernoy? And having had the chance to tour it and to see the classrooms in the basement, and let me back up. Let me just say the fact that it's not ADA compliant at this point after, when did the law pass? I don't remember. The 70s.
73.
A long
and
time
then
ago.
again in 93.
A long time ago is unacceptable to me. And what I know is that everyone is, I'm not hearing anymore, and I'll say anymore, that anyone is against making Sauernoy ADA accessible. I'm not hearing that. And I've talked with a variety of Sauernoy community members. What I do know is that if we are installing elevators, we're taking out classrooms. We have kindergartners in the basement. We are not responsible for just taking care of our schools for our own kids, obviously, or for only the kids that are in school today. we have to be forward-looking, much more so than maybe anyone realizes, or maybe some people do realize that. And so with that, you know, some of the things that I've heard people say are nice to haves, I'm of the opinion are, you know, is it a necessity to have a separate cafeteria? Clearly not. The kids are eating. It's not like they're not having lunch every day, right? They're having lunch. But I moved to Pelham because of what the schools are like, because of the quality of the education. And my kids went to Hutchinson, the old Hutchinson, so I know what it's like to have a whatever they call it, you know, all in one. And I see what it's like now to have a separate cafeteria and what that does for students, for just physical space. There are needs at Siwanoy that we have the opportunity to address now, that I feel strongly are important for the Siwanoy students. I also this is important for me to say. I've talked with a number of different people, and I've definitely heard the objections, for sure. But I've also heard from people who are supportive, but are uncomfortable saying they're supportive. And that's kind of sad to me, right? Everyone absolutely has the right to have their opinion and vote the way they want to vote when they go to the polls, when they, on May 20th. But I've had private conversations with people who have said, we think it's a great idea, but we don't want to get into it. We don't want to get into it on Facebook. We don't want to get into it with blah, blah, blah. And so it just makes me sad, right? Now, the other thing that I have to say, and I'm the Hutchinson PTA rep, we each represent a PTA, or go to the PTA meetings and share board information. And something that I stressed last night to the PTA was that I hope that everyone is getting their facts, and I'm assuming because you're here, you're invested, right? So you're watching, you're either coming to the board meetings, you're watching the board meetings, you're going to the website or going to the coffees and the tours and the info sessions. What I ask is that you share with your neighbors and your friends where they can go for information. It's not Facebook, and it's not in letters to the editor. Those are not the facts. I'm not saying that there are things in there that are wrong necessarily, but you want to actually go where the information is and where the facts are. And so I just implore everyone, when you're talking with people and they have questions, to direct them to the website, to direct them to us. They can email us. We answer all the emails. I know board members are willing to have one-on-one conversations with people. So that's the other point I want to make. And then finally, as far as structuring it, I'm going to say that I believe it needs to be separate. And the reason I believe it needs to be separate is because I hear from the community mixed feelings from different people about the project as a whole. And I'm not comfortable coupling it with the much-needed infrastructure. I'd rather let the community go on May 20th and vote the way they feel is most appropriate for them and their family. So.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
Sure.
Anybody?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Will. So I'll add my thoughts as well about Siwanoy and infrastructure and all of the parts that we're thinking about. Infrastructure, to me, throughout this process, has really stood out as the most critical piece for our district. Ensuring that our students don't lose out on school days due to any kind of failure is crucial. Also critical to me is the ADA piece at Siwanoy. And this one has been, you know, this one has been sort of like an ever-present issue. I think it's very clear that no one is opposed to ADA. I appreciate hearing the community or hearing people change the way they were thinking and expressing their views on ADA. That was not the case at the start, and so I appreciate the hearing or changing that conversation around ADA, because having a school that is not ADA compliant means that we are leaving people out in our community, because people cannot access the schools, students, family members, visitors, teachers. And we thought a lot about how to do this at Simonway in the most fiscally responsible way we can. And it wasn't just as easy as adding elevators like we could do at Prospect, because there were so many factors. And so I think it might just be helpful, at least for me, to sort of go, we thought a lot about that. We couldn't add the elevators to the front of the building on the outside, right? The easiest thing to do would be to add elevators just to the outside of the building. Okay, but where do we do that? You can't add them to the side of the wings because they're too close to the property line. So that left the front of the building or the back of the building. Well, we couldn't put them on the front because we really heard that was going to change the way the school looked from the street. And we needed to maintain the historical image of our school, right? Important, got it. Okay, so let's add them think about adding to the back. We can't really do that because then that's gonna take away space, critical space in the back. Got it, okay. We also can't just add one, because the way that Simonway was designed, just the age and the wings, you cannot get from one side of the building to the other on the same plane. So if you're in the right wing, you cannot walk all the way through the building in one straight level. So that means we need 2 elevators, right? Because you have to be able to get to all 3 floors on each side of the building. And we couldn't accomplish that with one, so we needed 2. And that meant we were losing classrooms. So we had to figure out a way to at least add back the classrooms we were losing for the elevator banks. All right. So we could have done that and spent millions of dollars without adding any classrooms, and that would have been the smallest renovation possible. But the other thing that we had to consider was that part of our responsibility is thinking about how to steward the district, right? And that means, what do we do? Long-term planning, right? We can't spend millions of dollars to have a short-term solution to a problem, right? So we had to really think, and of course, when you're long-term planning, you have to make a long-term decision using the best information you have today, which was what all of the surveys and all of those projections are, and they are just estimates that we have to use our best judgment for. Because we are spending the entire community's money, right? It's local share is what we use to do any upgrades. And that comes from the entire community. So yes, this project was most impactful to Simonway, and we really wanted to hear what you guys had, what the community had to say. And we heard you, and we tried to incorporate as much as possible, while still also being as responsible as we could for the entire community, because that is who's paying for it. And so that's how we ended up at option B, which is a pretty great option. We get the three extra classrooms, which gives us the flexibility moving forward, which I think the greatest gift we can give to a school district is flexibility in anything, whether that's flexibility in spending, which is why we spent so much time advocating for foundation aid formula, right? Because the more flexibility we can have in the district means the more possible programs we could have, or teachers, or services for students. So it didn't feel responsible to do the minimum at Simonway. even if that meant that that was the smallest scale renovation, taking up the least amount of space, it didn't feel responsible because we couldn't add, we'd be spending millions of dollars and getting nothing other than just 2 elevator banks, which isn't
Not addressing the current space
not
constraints.
addressing the current space constraints, because we would just be adding 2 elevators and 0 classrooms or 0 new, no cafeteria, nothing on top
You
of
would
that.
be leaving children who receive speech, if I'm not mistaken, to remain receiving speech, losing my words.
Services?
Any
Services,
sort of
thank you, in a
services.
janitor's closet.
And so-
And that is why, sorry, I don't mean to
No,
interrupt
I know.
you.
I'm like in a loop here, but like
Yeah.
because I feel like it's important to just sort of like remind ourselves like how we got to option B, because now we're talking about having it be separate, because we don't want Simonoi to impact any other, people's mixed feelings about Simonoi and to interrupt any other any other parts of the bond. And I also like I want to see Simonoi become ADA compliant. I want that. I want that for our entire community. I want that for everyone that I know that has mobility issues that can't access that school. And all of the stories that I've heard from, people at Simonoi that have had to, apologize to people in a wheelchair or somebody using a cane because they can't use the bathroom when they get in there. So they have to prepare, because if they need the bathroom, they have to come back outside and walk all the way around the building because their wheelchair can't get in and out through the front of the building. And that's certainly categorically not okay. So I struggle because I think infrastructure for the whole district is really important. And I think this Simonoi piece is really important. And I struggle because the opportunity that we could, I also know it's a big ask. It's a lot more money it's a lot of money, this whole bond. But what we can do for our students and our teachers with a new space, we talk about 21st century learning. We talked about this at the board coffee this morning. I think Tracy has talked about this at meetings in the past. When we are designing new space, outdoor play space, we had a mother of Simonoi mom at the coffee this morning talking about how her neurodivergent child recess is a nightmare. And it's not the restorative experience that most people, want for their kids at recess, or that most kids experience at recess. And when we can give our kids new play spaces where we can have build in with the principles of universal design, accommodations that are just built into the landscape so that children nobody notices when a kid needs to make a different choice for themselves because they need something different than somebody else. And we can do that outside, and we can do on the playground, and we can do that inside in these new classrooms that we're building, and we're right-sizing for Simonoi because they currently have the smallest per student space. So it's been a struggle for me to think about this. I'll wrap this up. I do think it needs to be separate. I think we need to have infrastructure. I think we need to have Simonoi, and I think we need to have the high school. I'm not sure how to best do that, because I also, one thing we haven't really talked a lot about is the high school, and that's super important too.
I was building on the high school for later.
Yes.
Sorry.
No. I just want to make sure we will talk
So
about
I'm going to
it.
stop while you can talk. So I don't know how to structure it, but I do think that those 3 things need to be separate.
Separated.
And geothermal obviously needs to be separate.
Yeah.
Okay, I will, I'll try and try and keep this short. So there's kind of how I feel and what I think we should do. In terms of like how I feel about the conversations, first of all, I want to echo something that Anne-Marie said, which is, many of the folks who have been expressing an opinion on Simonoi, very articulate, very assertive, very organized, and I would encourage people who may not necessarily agree with them just to, I would encourage them to express themselves, even if they don't agree. And we heard a lot of divergent opinions tonight, and that's good. The second thing I would say is, one of the threads that I've kind of heard throughout this whole process from people, opposing the plan for Cybernoy is, my kids went through it, they came out okay, it was good enough, it kind of worked. We sort of, how bad could it be? And I just think that's completely inconsistent with every other single conversation I ever have with a parent in Pelham, and it's inconsistent with their expectations for the district. When you're on the board, people only talk to you when they're like mad about something, and when someone approaches me and sort of expresses displeasure with their kid's experience, the answer is not, come on, it's good enough, it'll do. Like, that shouldn't be the level of our aspirations. Third thing I would say is, there's been a lot of analysis, and good and intelligent and thoughtful analysis around population growth. To me, that's a secondary point. I don't think it's the population change that is the primary driver of what we're trying to achieve here. It is the type of education that we deliver. I've said this many times, so have other people, but it's true, so I'll say it again. I have been in PTA meetings in Cybernoy. I've left the library. I've walked through the building, out the exit, and there are literally kids being given interventions and one-on-one instruction in spaces that are completely inadequate, and frankly, just borderline shameful, honestly. Kids should not be given any kind of instruction in a corridor. So I don't believe it's less the number of kids in the building, although that is important. It's the type and the individualization of the instruction that they're receiving that's the important thing for me. And then I just want to pick up on another thing, just because it didn't sit well with me, that was mentioned last night, which is that the process has been sort of disjointed, or there hasn't been a clear vision, and it's sort of we've lurched from idea to idea. I don't think that's how this played out at all. I think we started with some ideas, some concepts. We gave the community something to react to, and they reacted to it. And therefore, we refined it, and we refined it again. There is no parking lot anymore. There is a cafeteria under the gym in the latest iteration of the design. And I don't think that's inconsistency. I think that's just trying to refine and iterate based on feedback. So so that's how I feel about some of these themes. In terms of what we should do, unsurprisingly, because others have said it, rule number one, I think one of the architects, either Walter or his colleague said it once, like, in the same way that doctors have a fundamental rule, which is do no harm, when you're talking about public buildings and public education, rule number one is keep the water out, keep the heating on, right? That is non-negotiable. And I think ADA is non-negotiable too. That's how I feel. But in terms of the pragmatic way forward, if we bundle infrastructure with Cybernoy, and Cybernoy fails and brings infrastructure down with it, then we are really exposed, and we are going to be in a very bad position. And so reluctantly, only out of pragmatism rather than from what I believe is the right thing to do, I agree that we should split out infrastructure from Cybernoy. All of the Cybernoy projects, or all the elements of Cybernoy, including infrastructure for Cybernoy, should be carved out its own thing. And if that fails, then we can proceed with infrastructure for all the other buildings in the school, but just realize that building will stay just trapped in time until we go through the next cycle and the next cycle. And I have no idea how long that'll take, and I have no idea what appetite people will have for that. So, there is an asterisk to that. There is a definite downside to splitting them out, and people need to be conscious of that. But I think we should. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to just say a couple things. Thanks, Will. And I'm going to be really quick, and I won't reiterate, so I'll just build on it. Just as a reminder, too, because I did hear infrastructure, and it is all the aging things. It was scaled down substantially. So it's a must. It is not a nice to have. It is not everything on that list is like we have to get that through, I think, for everything. So I just wanted to kind of say that again out loud of like, there were things in the infrastructure that we said, okay, we can put it off because there's so many high costs. And similarly about Siwanoy, I just want to also remind folks, because we've heard mixed reviews. I mean, one, I just want to echo Anne Marie. I think it was disappointing to hear from folks that they were not comfortable sharing their opinion because it became so polarizing for folks. And I just really urge us as a community to be able to speak and listen to others as well. And that is it. Like, there are a number of impacted people, right? There are folks that are impacted that are right on the street from Siwanoy. There are young people. There are other folks that are impacted, and we need to kind of look at it much more holistically and listen to our educators, because they're also impacted. It's not just the community members. This is what they do. They are there every single day, and we must hear them. We must listen to the principal. We must listen to, these are the folks that are guiding us. And so I want to hear from the community. I will continue to listen, and it is the vote at the end of the day for the community. But there's a number of folks that are impacted, and we need to hear from everybody, not just some folks. And I just wanted to urge us to continue to listen to other folks as well.
Do you have?
In my opinion, yeah, I think I also reluctantly separated. I'm worried that Siwanoy will bring the infrastructure down, and these are must-haves. So I hope the community does rise to this occasion and does rise to this vote. And I will be here to listen, to direct, to in any way possible to move that forward. But I agree that I think we need to separate it.
So I'm going to be brief. I agree with a lot of things that have been said here, and I can read the tea leaves on how people feel about the bundling. I think it's...
But we'll listen to you if you have a different point of view. I promise, Boyce.
Look, I think it's a strategic and philosophical mistake. I think Siwanoy infrastructure, the expansion that we're talking about, is part and parcel of infrastructure for Siwanoy, and I think the right way to do this is to bundle all of the infrastructure for all of the schools together. Clearly, people have a different view on that, and that's fine, but I just wanted to share my perspective.
So
Thank you,
is
Sid.
it to bundle it infrastructure for Siwanoy with the other infrastructure, or
Yeah.
infrastructure plus everything else with Siwanoy with infrastructure?
I think that the Siwanoy project, including the boilers and everything for Siwanoy.
The expansion, the ADA, everything, okay.
It all ought to be part of the same proposal with the infrastructure for all the other schools. I don't think it's right to ask the Siwanoy community to convince everyone else to approve something just for that school when we're not asking that of any other school. So
I think what we heard, or at least what I interpret, and this is how I feel, it is with a very heavy heart that I think we're all saying, at this point, it has to be separate. And it's not an easy decision.
Well,
it pains me.
It's okay, we don't have to be
No, and
unanimous
that's
on
what I'm saying,
stuff,
we're
like,
not,
that's fine.
yeah, we because I feel your pain. I literally feel like the
Well,
pain of,
yeah,
and
I
having
think
to
it's
make
a
this
risk.
decision.
I think it's the risk that it's like, are you willing to take the risk? Like, I hear like the hope is that the community will carry Siwanoy
that's
with
what I
it,
was going
right?
to
And
say.
I think it's just, I think it's the risk of like, to me, it just feels too risky to risk the infrastructure. So I think that's what I'm hearing is like, you're hoping that bundle it up and like the community will carry, like the full community will carry it along. And I think where I'm at is I'm getting a lot of mixed feelings. There seems to be a lot of different opinions, and I think it's a higher risk that I don't know if the rest of the schools should,
Yeah,
so
and I also think if we separate it, it's not giving up on Siwanoy. We
Yeah.
have to do everything we can to get the right the
The right
correct
message.
information out to the community so that they can make a decision, you know, so that they can make the decision. We, I do not think we would be leaving them, like, we're not going to leave the community to do it on their own. We will make sure we make sure we get the right information out to everybody.
Yeah, and look, I think, based on the conversations I've had in the community, I believe that most people support Simonoi, notwithstanding the number of more vocal people that have been here who have tended to be against it. And I hope that that's what we see. I just think it's not the right way to set it up, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
Thank you for that. So what I'm hearing, and I would say kind of to that point, I think it's our job, certainly, it's our job to, we believe that these are all needed projects. And it's our job to educate the community on why we believe they're all needed projects.
Yep.
So what I'm hearing is there's consensus to move forward with separating Siwanoy from the rest of the infrastructure package, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna ask if we could maybe go to the air conditioning question next.
Yes.
Because I'd like to be able to give us a chance to see what tax impacts might look like. So we had talked about air conditioning potentially either going with the infrastructure package, I'm going back to last week, infrastructure package or geothermal. I don't know, I guess maybe we have to start. And the question was, I think that's what it was. Air conditioning was either gonna go with,
Yeah, with infrastructure
infrastructure
or
or
with
with
geothermal.
geothermal.
So in this scenario, Prospect and Colonial Elementary AC could either go in the general.
back now into the solely infrastructure.
Yes, and then Siwanoy AC would go into the Siwanoy
Correct.
package, or none of that, and it goes with geothermal.
So maybe we should tackle the geothermal question first, because that would impact the options
Yes.
for where air conditioning lands. So I guess I would ask the same question. We've heard a lot tonight.
Yes, and
You've got the
yeah.
cost difference was $4.5 million. Just curious where folks, maybe a pulse check of where folks are to begin with on the conversation.
So I'll go back to my time sitting in the facilities committee. And, you hear a lot about environment and carbon footprint, and as a school district, making sure we're looking forward and making sure we're setting up anything we do, especially because of kids, and, how do we have the cleanest and the best and the most sustainable, of anything we do. We've heard a lot when we built the Hutchinson School about why we didn't have a green roof. And Jim, I know you did a lot of work and analysis on that. And, that wasn't worth it at that time. And so for the last couple of years, we've heard, like, whatever you do with facilities, make sure it's sustainable, make sure it has the best technology going forward, it has the most cost-effective technology. We've started down this road a year ago, and when we had the facilities meeting, only one person from the community showed up. And we were in this room, and I remember that, because it was a lonely, except for us, it was a lonely looking out at people, because there was only one person in this community who showed up for that meeting to hear all about the facilities and what we were thinking about back in September. Now, having heard more from the community, people are really concerned about the fact that we want to go greener or, have more sustainability options. So my thoughts is, you put it up for a vote, and you let people decide whether they really want to do this or not. Do they really want geothermal or not? Let the community decide, because I feel like we have two different factors, like two different, people at play in this community, the ones that want it and the ones that don't. I do understand there's a cost effect associated to it, but at $4.5 million, to just put this in, that could potentially save us money, people will have to make that decision. I feel like as a board member, it's given the information we have, saying why we are putting it up, and then people can make that decision. I don't believe it should be included with the AC. I think AC should go into infrastructure, because a number of factors with AC, if we're gonna do the new boilers, it just lends itself to be put there. if we're looking at all of our HVAC units and what we do, I feel like that's where AC should belong. I also feel with the new laws and regulations that New York State has now passed, we should definitely think about AC. It is not just 20 hot days a year. As someone has stated before, I'm hot now.
I know.
So, and it's, so I've been in the schools when it's, 75 degrees outside, and I've been here for a few hours, and I've been hot. So I could just imagine a teacher or a kid who has to spend, June or September in these buildings where there's no ACs, and window units are fine, but they're loud, they're disruptive, they don't cool the entire space, they only cool the room they're in, and we have a lot of rooms and a lot of places where those kids are being instructed, so it is a stopgap. We're gonna put window units because we have to today, but it shouldn't be the solution for 20 years. So, that's my view.
Natalie, I agree with you on the AC point as part of infrastructure. The way I'm looking at it is, if it's possible that heat will shut our schools, and the kids will lose days of school, we should be looking towards having AC, at least in the elementary schools. We took it out of the high school proposal because much of that space is already air conditioned. I think, going back to what happens if Siwanoy, something happens with Siwanoy and the infrastructure goes through, and that would mean Prospect and Colonial will have central AC, and but Siwanoy will still have the window units on the top floors. Yeah.
So you're, I just wanna- you're trying to keep a tally here.
Put the AC.
AC with infrastructure.
Infrastructure in each of, the infrastructure.
Right.
Yes. And in terms of geothermal, the only, I think geothermal is a good option, and I appreciated the discussion tonight about it, to keep learning more about it. I don't think this is we were talking about need to haves and nice to haves. I don't think it's a need to have, which is fine to have it as a separate proposition. My only concern with keeping it as a separate proposition is now that we've split out Siwanoy, now there's 4 propositions for people to consider, and that's a lot on a ballot. And we will have to, we will have to do a lot of information providing to the community about Siwanoy. We know that, right? And we know that about, and the infrastructure too. I don't want to take anything for granted. And the high school. And
All
the,
of it.
And the high school project.
Yeah.
So, we'll have to be, informing about geothermal as well.
Jackie, I'll just say, I also agree that the AC should be in with the infrastructure. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we all know you can't learn if you're melting or falling asleep at your desk, right? And it gets hot. We have to go to school till the end of June. It gets really hot. You're not going to learn very well if you can't stay awake because you're too hot. Also, it would give us the flexibility. We do use our schools in the summer for programming. So that would give us more flexibility to do that. And so I agree. I think it should be in with infrastructure. I think that's just practical to do. And then that would mean geothermal is separate, a separate fourth one.
So none of us are thinking about taking it off at the moment?
I have not heard that yet, no.
Okay. Okay.
We can talk about taking it off, but I mean, I think I like
Okay.
the
The
optionality.
advantage of taking it off is
It's just simplifying the
Lowering costs.
costs, right? Simplifying the cost of what we're putting. I know we're packaging these things, but lowering the cost of what we're putting forward, right? And simplifying the
the ballot, there's a lot to inform about and,
Yeah.
and push forward. That's it.
I mean, I don't.
I agree with, I think, whatever's been said thus far.
Okay.
I think, look, I mean, I think the geothermal is the really good to have.
Yeah.
You know, if we're like, I think it's a really good to have. And I think one of the things that I know, I've talked to a lot of folks, like the sustainability and to Will's point, like looking down the road,
Yeah.
I think it will be an incredible impact. It puts it on us to really educate the community. And I think there were some great points. I think it has to be thoughtfully done. We, really need to make sure we have the right system, the most cost-efficient system, that is sustainable, and that's going to do it. So I think, again, it puts a lot on us to make sure that the community is educated of the benefits. And but I think I see it as our responsibility to think down the road for something, because it is going to be another 20 years. I mean, this is a big decision, and I think I vote 100% to keep it on,
Okay.
even if it's a lot of voting for folks.
The more voting, the better.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree, and look, I expressed before my perspective on the sort of Savinoy infrastructure stuff, and I think the last meeting I sort of talked about what I thought the right bundling was with air conditioning and geothermal. I think given where we are now, it makes sense to include the air conditioning with the more infrastructure projects, so which seems to be sort of where people's heads are at. I'm okay with that.
And I'll go. I agree with everyone. I think AC needs to be with the infrastructure proposition, and I believe geothermal I'm 100% for it. Obviously, like I said at the beginning, I wouldn't be behind these propositions, these improvements. But I'm also listening to the community, and we need to be practical. So, if it were up to me, I would, I would want all of it to pass, obviously. And whether we're putting it in one or we're separating it, it doesn't mean that we value any one of these any less. What we're doing is trying to be practical about the fact of like what is the most critical things that we need to do to keep the schools operating. And so by separating out geothermal from AC and putting AC with infrastructure makes sense to me. And with geothermal, there's varying opinions. So let the community decide at the voting booth.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so then that brings us high school, I assume.
Yes,
We had
we're
decided
keeping that
last
on.
time that's a separate proposition, and we were
Yes.
agreed that we're going forward with that.
Can I
And it
just talk
sounds
about the
like-
high school a
Yeah,
little
go
bit?
ahead.
Just because we don't talk a lot about the high school. I've only heard support for the high school, which makes me happy. But I just want to highlight it because it is going to be its own proposition. Now it sounds like on the ballot. The importance of having a separate cafeteria space, I know we're calling it like a common area for the high school students, is critical. And if you have kids who are in the high school now, you understand that. If you have kids not yet in the high school, let me tell you that they eat on the floor in the hallways at times because there's not enough room in the current cafeteria. There's no reason for that. Secondly, with the science labs, I don't know the years, how long ago they were updated, but it was a long time ago. And I could anticipate some people saying, well, look at the amazing science research program that we have. Why do we, they're doing great. Absolutely, they are, and we're so proud of our students. And they're doing great with what they currently have, but with what they currently have is very, very old. But an extension of that was brought to my attention, which I think is really important, is not all students take science research. right? But they still take science, and many of them still love science. And right now, many of them are taking classes, let's say a physics class, in a regular classroom. Or we have a science teacher, I forget which one it is, pushing their materials on a cart to get to the next classroom. Every science lab is used all the time, so there's no time for teachers to set up their labs in advance. So what if we updated we're a quarter of the way into the 21st century. What if we updated our science labs to this century, and we actually gave students who may not have chosen to be in science research for whatever reason, the environment and give the teachers the tools they need to make science exciting for all students. And I'm not saying they're not doing that now. They're doing an amazing job now. What I want the community to know, though, is that I think if you were to visit some of the labs, you'd recognize some of the things maybe from your own time in school. So it's time for that upgrade to happen.
So
I just wanted to clarify. It sounds like where we ended up was infrastructure is going to include high school and middle school infrastructure, and high school would just be the expansion. Is that right?
Correct.
That's correct, thank you. Thank you for
Yeah,
clarifying.
so, and the other thing I was gonna say, what I've been hearing through this conversation, while everything is important and necessary, 100% agree, that infrastructure is the non-negotiable.
It keeps the lights on.
That keeps the lights on. So I was just gonna offer suggestions by way of potential strategy for structure, because we don't wanna be in a position where infrastructure does not pass, but something else does. We wanna be in a position where everything passes. But that being said, I think it's important, since we know that that's what keeps the lights on, the heat on, and the schools open, that we think about making any of if that's the first proposition, that we make any of the other ones contingent upon that. So, for example, the Siwanoy package would have to be contingent upon infrastructure passing for the district-wide. The high school expansion passing only if the infrastructure passes.
Yeah,
And then as I'm looking at it, just from a practical perspective, the geothermal
couldn't pass.
can't pass, it's of no use
You can't do it.
if you don't pass
yeah.
both the district infrastructure and the Siwanoy package,
Yeah,
because it has elements in both. It's got
Yep.
Siwanoy
Right.
geothermal and Prospect Hill.
yeah.
So that has to be contingent on both of those.
Wow.
Or you split it
Because you
into
have-
I guess you
Right.
could
a
do.
s- another
You can't
proposition.
split it.
Then you can
It
split it,
should-
but now you're
I
up
agree.
to,
It should pass only if you're doing the work on the other two.
on the
Correct.
respective building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
See,
maybe, Jim, maybe we can work with Dan on
I
that.
know. I sort of feel like, going back to what I said earlier, I feel like the Siwanoy infrastructure is part of the necessary infrastructure. So to me, given where we are, the right split really is to say that the high school is contingent on all of the infrastructure passing, which is infrastructure for Proposition A, which is the
Yeah.
Prospect and Colonial and the middle school and high school, and Siwanoy, which is the Siwanoy project. So like those two need to pass before, and it also sort of simplifies the if-then, because it's sort of those two need to pass, and if those two pass, then the high school and/or geothermal can pass.
Yeah, I've heard from the community that they don't want that. And not that they don't want the Siwanoy package, that they don't want to have to, they don't want it packaged that
They're
way.
like,
They
don't
want the
force feed me
choice. Yeah,
Siwanoy
yeah,
if I
right.
want the high school. That's
Yeah.
what I think they're saying.
Yeah.
Say that again,
Wonderful.
Will?
I think I'd echo what,
Yeah.
some of the opinions that I've heard from people who care deeply about the high school project and have mixed feelings about Siwanoy, and they are saying, I don't want to be force-fed Siwanoy just to get the high school.
Yeah,
Right.
You know.
it's the same thing. We could risk having infrastructure well, no, we couldn't have, yeah, okay, you could just pass infrastructure if you did that, but, yeah, I have heard that they don't want to be constrained in what their choice is.
Yeah, because
So-
what it would mean is if Siwanoy failed, then you
Then
couldn't,
you
then
couldn't
the
do
high
the
school,
then you couldn't do
the
the
high
high
school just doesn't
So-
happen.
But the high school infrastructure would happen.
The high school
Yeah,
infrastructure,
correct,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
The expansion
So-
would not happen.
I am.
I've heard the same thing, expressed it a little bit differently than what Will's been hearing, just that they wouldn't want to, I've heard from multiple people not to risk the high school based on whatever happens at Siwanoy, because it's all of it, recognizing that all of it is important,
All of it is important.
that connecting those two and making the high school contingent on Siwanoy was not something that they were
I
comfortable
think it's a tough discussion because it feels, right, like it's like hang Siwanoy, like, I mean, the whole community will need to vote. Siwanoy is a small part of the community, and so there's a lot of folks that, yeah, maybe they don't care about Siwanoy. I mean, they should, but like they're not.
I think the
impacted,
stakeholders are
and
across
so
the whole district for
it-
this whole project, because it's everyone, it's 100% of the taxpayers, money, and our taxpayers are across the whole district. So whether you're at Hutch or at Prospect, you should care about Siwanoy, because your tax dollars are funding
Yes,
that
you should.
project. I
You
think
should.
the most impacted part of the community for that project would be the daily users of the building, right? Because a Hutch family and child that's not part of their daily, community experience. But those are stakeholders too for the project, so they should care about Siwanoy.
So can I, oh, sorry.
No, I agree with you, they should, but I think in
Well,
in
and-
reality.
But that's
I'll
on
just-
us. That's on us to help with the.
Well, we
Right.
went-
Sorry,
so we
it's
went
late.
through
I'm not
something- We
they-
went
it's
through
on us to
something
educate
similar.
why it's important that they are as invested with their resources, with the district's resources going to any school across the district.
So can I go back to the high school, because it's important? And I feel like it's become we don't talk about it. Like,
Yeah.
It's like, we have to talk about it. It is where all of our children go through. It is the jewel of the community. It is what sends our kids off to college, because at the end of the day, no one's looking at your grades in 5th grade. Well, I hope not, right? So, but they are looking at the high school grades.
Thank God.
So, again, going back to 3 years, because it's been a meaningful 3 years doing this work. Believe it or not,
Yes.
I do enjoy my Wednesdays. It seems like a lot of Wednesdays lately, but they're enjoyable. We visited a lot of schools, right? Like we went to Rye. I remember that day. It was like, walking through a time zone with all the different editions, because you could see what
The
year
70s wing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
50s
50s, the
wing.
60s, the 70s. You see every decade they added something into that school. And we visited different high schools. And then whenever I was at a sports meet, I would try to use the facilities just so I could go inside their high school. So I went into, the Bronxville High School. I've gone into the Scarsdale High School, and I visited, right? And I kind of looked around how they do AC and how do they do additions and all sorts of things that sitting in a facilities committee would want me to look at. We need rooms. We need science labs. I've seen the science labs in the other schools. And while I love Pelham, we have a lot to go. I mean, there's a lot of room for improvements. So we need to do something about the high school. I know people are going to say, the studies are wrong in terms of how many people were projected to grow. The way I learned 30-something years ago is not the way my children are learning today in the high school. So it's not, we keep talking about 21st century learning, so it's not the same as when I went through schools in the 80s and 90s. It is very different way of giving instruction. And we have to think about that when we think about adding classrooms. It's not just, we had 100 kids here in, in the 2000s, so 2005. We have the same 100 kids, or maybe 110 now, but the way we're teaching them is so different. We are no longer putting 30 kids in a classroom and just teaching to that one middle, of the row kid. We are now doing small group instruction. We're taking people out. We're having different ways of teaching. all of that has to be taken into consideration. So when people come and say, well, their studies is wrong, perhaps no one has a crystal ball and predicts everything. If I
So,
could,
Natalie,
yeah.
are you proposing that, in terms of the structure of these propositions, that the high school should not be dependent on anything else?
I don't think it should be.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just don't
Do you
think.
think it shouldn't be dependent on anything, or?
It should not
On
be,
infrastructure.
just on infrastructure, yes, but it should not be
Right.
dependent on Cybernoy. It should be dependent on infrastructure passes because we need to keep the lights on.
Yep.
Then absolutely. And every project is important. Just because we're separating doesn't mean that they're not important to us. We
But then
spend our
how-
time and analyze this long enough to say they all are important.
How do we structure this then so that they're not, I know we don't want them contingent on each other, but how do we structure it so it's not competing against each other? Does that mean?
I guess I'm going back to my initial thought was Cybernoy is contingent on if Cybernoy passes, in order for Cybernoy to pass, it has to pass, and it only if infrastructure passes and Cybernoy passes, those two pass. If infrastructure passes and the high school pass, those two pass.
Okay.
High school not contingent on Cybernoy is what I'm hearing from, not from everybody, but from, I think.
Yeah, no,
more
I
of
am
a
in agreement.
consensus around
Me
that.
too.
I'm in agreement.
I am as well.
I think that would be how the structure there. Then the other piece is geothermal, which has got elements of Cybernoy and Prospect that would have, you can't pass it on its own either, because you can't do geothermal without infrastructure at the respective schools. So that would have to, and I don't know if we can work with Dan Birmingham on language that would make that proposition dependent on
most
one or
confusing
two for its respective school, or if we would need to literally split that into Prospect geothermal, Cybernoy geothermal. That would be the cleaner one, but that adds yet another proposition. on top of that.
Okay.
Any thoughts on that?
On the geo piece or the high school piece?
Any of it?
I mean, on high school, yeah, I think high school should not be contingent upon Cybernoy. So, sorry, yes, on Cybernoy. It should
Yeah.
be contingent on infrastructure. So if infrastructure
I agree.
passes, then you can have either Cybernoy, or you can have high school, or both.
Or
Right?
hopefully both. Yeah, yes. Or both.
Okay. So I'm hearing a consensus around high school contingent on infrastructure only.
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I disagree, but I hear consensus.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, thank you.
And I'll just say, I think the high school is a really important project. I think it's very needed. I think it's a view of what happens when we're not thinking ahead, in the sense that we're now building
A
a cafeteria
cafeteria.
common
Right.
space that people voted on 25 years ago and
Right.
didn't pass, and we built a smaller middle school as a result. So like, we're fixing a decision from the past, and I think when we look at Cybernoy, that's what we're trying to, one of the things that we're trying to avoid.
Yes.
Yes, because we can't make everybody happy when we have a good number of people saying be bold and then a good number of people saying be conservative. We have to try to find the best middle ground that we can find and feel like we're being responsible.
Agreed.
Okay. So
Yeah, I'm with Sid on this, but I don't really see not separating. I mean, I don't see a path to not separating it, so.
All right, so then I guess the geothermal. I know we want it in for both buildings. Can we, and we need to get language drafted by bond counsel. We can leave it as one, and we can work with him on how to draft that in a way that would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, is there, I think you asked this, but I didn't hear the definitive, or
Yeah.
I didn't see it. Is there a way to draft the language where it does state, like,
Yeah.
if Cybernoy doesn't pass, but geothermal passes, then whatever geothermal can do, geothermal
Like go
will
to
do.
Prospect, yeah.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
without,
So we'll have to talk with bond counsel about that. I think that's ultimately
Yeah.
the answer to that. So I guess, can we have the leeway of either, if it stays one and he can draft it, it stays one, it stays as is. If it has to be split in order to be connected to its respective infrastructure package, that we can split it to a separate proposition. I just want to be sure that we've got the authorization to do it, so we're not having to come back to you. We want to get this right, so we've got it for next week.
Which would mean 5, right?
And don't forget,
Plus
we have
the
we have a
house,
house purchase.
plus the house in the
That's
budget.
also on the ballot.
Yeah.
Does the house go with the budget?
There will be the budget, there will be the board election vote, the house, and then infrastructure. We have to,
all
you know,
all
Siwanoy
those,
High
bonds.
School,
It's
geothermal
going to be
in
a
1
big-
or 2.
A big ballot.
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Yep.
All right, so comfortable,
okay.
if
Choices.
we'll work with language,
Choices.
get it structured.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have a clear picture of where we are,
Okay.
and thank you very much
Do you,
for a
Jim?
thoughtful conversation.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I do
Thank you all.
appreciate, I think we all appreciate, I know the folks have said it, but I appreciate too how hard it is for all of you to be the decision makers in this. Jim and I, this is one of those things we can say,
You
thankfully,
said
we're
that.
not the decision makers.
Yeah.
But I thank you for
You have said
just for the thoughtful questions and for the way that you all really engage and listen to the community. I think that's, I think that's special and important to have a board that really does that. And I just want to give my own thanks and kudos for the great work that you have done up till now.
Thank you.
And now,
Thank you.
now the next stage begins. So, so we will, just so I was gonna say, we'll work with Dan Birmingham. We're gonna get that moving so that the actual adoption of the language will be available for you next week. It has to be done next week in order to make our legal timelines.
I had 2 things that I wrote notes down on that were things that people asked about that I was thinking maybe while we had the people here, we could ask real quick, if that's okay. So Kevin, I think one of these is for you, which was the question about utilities and protecting them and what happens if you don't during construction. I think there's a fairly simple answer there, but was hoping maybe you could talk for a moment about that, to just address that. Sure. The concern was, there was a recent outage of Verizon in the neighborhood, and apparently, I didn't know this, but apparently it was, someone hit a cable line somewhere in town, so.
Yeah, well, I don't know exactly all the details in regards to that or how that might have happened and whether.
I think it was more like what you guys do to plan around that.
So,
and
Happens if it happens.
Whenever
What happens
we,
if it
whenever
happens?
we work in new site locations, we do, we call the public entities, might be 811 here, or 411, I'm not sure, 811. And it's a no-dig call. You don't dig until all the utility companies come out and they mark all the stuff that's either in the roadways, the sidewalks, or even on your property, depending on who owns what. So that's one of the ways. Hopefully, we have all that stuff identified on some old documents to be able to do that. Accidents do happen along the way from time to time. The question is how number one, how proactive you are in trying to make sure that that doesn't happen. And there are programs that we put in place to make sure that we don't, we minimize the possibility of that happening. And then the second part is how reactive are you when an event does take place? And so we have a list of all the emergency calls for all the utility companies so that if we have an issue, we can get that addressed right away. And whenever there's an emergency, they're pretty good at responding. They love the overtime, so they're usually responses for those types of utilities happen pretty quickly. But the crucial part is to make sure we know where that stuff is.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And then the second question was for Jim. Sorry to put you on the spot. My understanding, there was a bunch of discussion about, operating budget and reducing the tax levy if
Thank you for
if the
this
bond
question.
was
Thank you for this question.
if we didn't incur new bonds and we just let the old ones roll off. My understanding was that the tax cap doesn't really change based on that. So like the burden of the bonds would go down, but we wouldn't have the ability to increase the operating budget without bursting the tax cap anyway.
Yes.
The increase would be the same regardless of whether the bonds were there or not.
Yeah, and if you think back to the presentation from last week, when we showed the tax cap calculation, you kind of see how we break it up into two parts. And the part we raise for the debt is not, that part's not part of the 2% tax cap calculation.
Yep.
So superintendent asked me to put something together for the next meeting, just a simple example to share for the board and the public. And really what you'll see, just kind of working it through my head right now, you could actually see your budget could go to, let's say all the debt ended and and your debt service, you didn't have any debt service for next year. You would have lower taxes the following year, but you still would be bound to that tax cap calculation. And if you wanted to go above that amount, even if it meant your total taxes were less than the prior year, technically you would still be in a tax cap piercing environment where you have to pierce it to raise more money. So it's part of the technicality of the tax cap. And I got a week to put together hopefully a simplified example to share with the board and the public.
And
Jim, just
it's
to
sort of the
clarify.
inverse of what's happening this year, which is
Yes.
the operating budget's going up 2.5% or something, but there's another 1.25% or so of
Capital.
bond
That's correct.
costs that are incremental this year relative to last year.
Right, and this year what's driving that is just we have a drop off of some state building aid,
Yep.
and that's what's driving that portion.
Right.
That's why we
It
showed
was
it.
an expected drop-off,
Yes.
nothing.
Yeah, it's tight.
Yes, it
There was
wasn't,
no, like,
nothing happening at the state or
Yeah,
anything
yes,
else,
yeah.
but we ran its term, and we had that expected drop-off, and next year I'll have another small drop-off.
Yep.
But again, those are things that happen. But there is again, the tax cap allows an area where you can raise those monies within the tax cap formula. And like I said, we've got a week to try to test out a couple of different examples on the people I work with. And then I'll walk it up to the superintendent, and we'll see where we go. And hopefully I can pass that test next week.
Okay.
Jim, I have
Thank
a
you.
clarifying question.
Yes.
So in regards to the debt service, I'm just gonna make up some numbers. So let's say you pay $100 a year in taxes and your debt service is $10. So that means total you're paying, the debt service portion is $10. So $110 a year. And then with the 2% tax increase, that 2% tax increase is only affecting it's not affecting any like debt service related portion. It's just affecting that base $100.
Correct.
The $100.
So for the adjustment, let's say it was a pure 2%, we know it isn't. Your tax cap allotment there would be $102, which is the 2% on that $100, and then whatever your debt service portion would be
Right.
above that.
So this incremental, anything that's added to the taxpayer's tax bill because of the bond will not be subject to annual increases related to just like our, tax cap.
Well, it won't fit into the portion of the tax cap formula that's part of the 2%, but it most definitely will be part of the total tax burden.
Right.
So as the superintendent shared, this is all out of your pockets, and you're all gonna experience that. But we have to make sure we follow the proper use, because if we raise the money for debt service, we want to make sure we've got to be sure to you that we're expending it on debt service.
More to come next week.
And we've got a whole portion about debt service on the budget review.
How
so
exciting.
Fun time.
I can go an hour or two.
Preview.
Were you done with the?
Yeah, I was done.
Okay. I just have, maybe not for you, Jim, you can go sit down. Or maybe you can.
I'm happy to answer.
I think it's just come up, and I know we've talked about it, but just those concerns around the controls of costs, and I know we had, we anticipated it, but I keep hearing it, right? These next few years are different and unprecedented, I think, or with the tariffs. And can you just talk a little bit about that, just specifically that, right? Like there's obviously a methodology that you do to anticipate, unexpected things and putting in a little bit of a cushion. But I'd like it came up again tonight and it's come up before, but I just like a little clarity around the potential future differences, you know.
Do you mean for the construction
For
project?
Kevin?
We
Maybe-
talked
yeah,
about
I was
this.
gonna say, but Kevin did a great job at the last meeting.
we
so
talked
I'm
about
gonna-
this at last meeting.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did, and
and
I just, I
Kevin-
feel like maybe
In
one
a-
more time would be really good.
Yeah, and
because-
in addition to what you know, sharing what you did last time, can you talk about too in process? Because I know once we get to design and once we get to implementation, bidding and things like that, there's a lot in there that helps us stay within budget. We even get to value engineering where we make decisions about what goes in, goes out, add alternates. There's all kinds of steps in there to help control costs along the way. So could you just add a little color on that too?
Absolutely. So last week when we were here and I talked about the budget, I did mention that there is some good contingencies that are built into the overall bond costs for design, for construction, for escalation, and various other markups within the bond structure to try and capture potential costs at this stage using very, very simple information, right? We're using napkin-type information, gross square footages and things of that nature to try and come up with these numbers. So there are challenges associated with that, but basically the budget that was produced by KG&D will work. It's what I would consider tight in the sense that it relies on certain things happening. It relies on the market staying somewhat where it is. And when I'm talking about the market, I'm not talking about tariffs. It relies on generating a good contractor base who's bidding on your projects and contractors that are really sharpening their pencil to win the bids. Okay, when we looked at it a little bit differently, we looked at it as what the real cost would be if you didn't have that contractor sharpening the pencil. That might be the second or the third low bidder, and that's why I introduced a range in terms of the overall costs the last time we talked. And I do think that the board should consider a little bit of that range
Yeah, we added.
when you are considering the overall cost for your project. In regards to the tariffs, wish I had a crystal ball. The fact of the matter is that it's very, very uncertain how, if at all, tariffs will impact your project. What I can tell you is that I've heard some rumblings from some vendors of the possibility of some tariffs coming down the pipe, but nobody has confirmed anything at this point. So I can't stand here today and tell you that I have any sense of any tariffs that are going to be imposed that are actually going to stick in the next at all.
Yep, thank you. And I recall that. So since we were playing the what if game.
Yeah.
What if one of the worst, the worst case scenario came up, right? Like I don't know, I wouldn't even know what to know, but like the very worst case scenario as far as tariffs and, like these costs. Just talk me through how we would navigate
Sure.
that.
So the reality is that we really don't know. But if we were going to make some assumptions, we can do that. So what we did was, and I actually worked with Walter, we took a certain portion of the project that we've heard these stories about structural steel, aluminum-based products like windows, and we calculated what percentage of the overall project that would be. We anticipated to be somewhere between 18-19%. And then we took that information based on a 25% tariff. Will it be 25%? I don't know, but we used 25% as our basis, and that's how we generated the numbers that we talked to you about last week, specific to Siwanoy and the addition projects. All right, in the middle school, high school addition projects. Windows, if that's as part of the infrastructure, we would include that. Things like say, for instance, now we're doing work in these existing buildings, all this infrastructure, but we haven't really fully developed the infrastructure work. What happens if we have additional say asbestos, something like that. I do think that there's enough money in the design contingencies to absorb some of those types of things. So I think when we came up with the numbers last week, and I'm just pulling this off the top of my head, I think,
2.1 and 1.5.
thank you, 2.1 and 1.5, 2.1 being for Siwanoy, and 1.5 being for the middle school, high school, was what we generated based on a 25% tariff number on approximately 18 or 19% of the project. One was the, 2.1 and 1.5 was my ask for the additional construction costs.
Yes.
And then the 1
To
point
be in range, yeah.
million for, it was $1 million for Siwanoy, and it was 1.4, I think it
Yeah,
was,
$1 million and $1.5 million.
for the high school in tariff additional costs based on that 25%. So if it becomes 50%, you can essentially double those numbers if you want to take that safety factor. I don't know if you want to take that safety.
No, I mean, the takeaway is, right, there's controls, the worst case, you know, like, we have what we have, and that's what we'll, you know, even
gotta work
the
within it.
uncertainty, there's one thing that's certain, is we'll work within,
Yes.
we'll be able to work with this based on all the uncertainty. I think
Absolutely
that's
true.
just
We can only design, and we can only bid and only spend as much as the community allows us to. So whatever that number ends up being that gets approved, and we've got a lot of options here, so it could vary. We'll design towards that, and we'll utilize some of those tactics and strategies that we talked about, you know, bid alternates in programs, and so we can realize some sort of base bid. And then if we generate any cost savings towards the end of the project, perhaps we can reintroduce those things back into the project.
Okay.
Exactly what we did on the last project, by the way.
No, and I think it's just important for the community to know, there's no, like, it's not like we can go back and ask for more money, like,
Yeah.
it is what
No,
it is.
it is
and
what it
we've
is.
got what we've got, and
You-
we've been
you-
very
you can go
planful
back out and ask for
about
money,
it,
but that's
yeah,
not our
yeah.
intention.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, our intention is to work within the approved budget.
Thank you.
And Jim, just a quick question, because I want to share out the tax impacts before we wrap up. Were you, with these calculated budgets that Rick gave us, did that include the tariff adds as well, or just the increased proposal from last week of the 2.1 and the 1?
They only considered the estimate changes of the 2.1 and the 1.5. They did not consider any addition of the
Any
tariff
Okay.
into that additional cost.
So I guess maybe I'll share what those are. I know the board has these, but for the sake of the public, I'll share them. And then I guess we need to know one final piece before we wrap up tonight, which, again, while it's tonight,
I know,
we need to know if you want us to add the additional tariff to the budget or not. So let me just share what it is. So the infrastructure on its own, and it's hard to kind of say how these, but the way that this is structured, if that alone passed, that is a $56 million, $205,000 package. And keeping in mind that's infrastructure minus Siwanoy plus air conditioning for elementaries minus Siwanoy. That would total the $56 million. That would be, if that was the only thing that we were looking at, that would be tax neutral. There would be no additional tax levied for that project on its own.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? So infrastructure and AC?
Infrastructure and
Only, not
AC.
without Siwanoy?
Element, yes, all infrastructure minus Siwanoy. Elementary,
AC minus.
Plus
Siwanoy.
AC.
Yeah.
elementary air conditioning minus Siwanoy. Yes, that would be tax neutral on its own without any other packages included. Since everything else will be contingent upon that, if Siwanoy were to be passed, that would be additive for the lowest valued home, $850,000. That would be $343 annual increase. For the mid-valued home, $1.189 million. That would be a $481 annual increase. For the higher valued, $1.5 million home would be a $616 increase.
Can you read the full amount of the Siwanoy? the
Yes,
total?
thank you. So the total for the Siwanoy package, not including geothermal, but with all of the Siwanoy infrastructure, air conditioning, and expansion, with the additional 2.1, is $42,570,000.
And if I could just take a moment to jump in and, again, bring everyone back to the first item, which was the infrastructure at $56 million. We're using round numbers. As our fiscal advisor shared with us, On a basic tax neutral basis, you have the capacity to borrow up to about $65 million. So when we talk about the $56 million having not a tax impact, that's true. And now there's also a little bit of, you're under capacity a little bit there from that $65 million. So as Dr. Champ reads to you that second number for Siwanoy and shares with you that number, that contemplates utilizing that remaining capacity
Partially offset.
to partially offset that.
Yeah.
That's
And I
reflected in this?
that's reflected in this number, and I understand that the board's going to want to have all of these items standing alone. So we're going to share with you, we're going to get that information for you, kind of what that deduct would be for each one and what it would look like should all of them pass or different variations pass.
Yeah.
But again, I just want to make sure you're fully understanding that number and that it's not, if it were to come in higher or something like that, you understand why that, again, we're utilizing some of that additional, say $9 million.
And so Jim, to that next question, then the
Yes.
way that Rick structured this particular page is if if infrastructure passed and Siwanoy passed, that was the numbers that I just said, is that then on top of that if the high school passed?
Yes.
Okay, so, which is different than what we've talked about, because there is a scenario where infrastructure passes and the high school passes, which would change the numbers on these sheets here.
Yeah, this is if you passed all three.
If you passed all three, yeah. So this is building towards a full.
Yeah.
Right, so if you were to pass infrastructure, sans Siwanoy, all Siwanoy, and then the high school in addition, that total package, the high school would add $40,350,000. And that would be, again, the lowest value home, mid and high, would be an additional 337, 752, 964. And then if you added geothermal on top of that for everything that's out.
I'm sorry, it was 537 and 337.
537, it's getting too late, sorry.
I was checking my hand.
537, 752, 964. And then if you added geothermal in addition, that was, as was said earlier, $46, $64, and $82. So if the full package across the board, and I know we've got a lot of different iterations built in here, but if the full tax impact of what is being offered would add, Jim, correct me, I totaled up across the columns. So if we're looking at the $850,000 home, that would be,
481 plus 752 plus 64.
you're doing middle, I was doing the.
Apologies, 343 plus 537
Yep,
plus 46.
Right, I came up with $926 total annual increase on the taxes once fully implemented. 926 for the smallest cost house. The average would be a total of 1,297, and the high price of 1.5 assessed value home would be 1,662 all in total annual increase.
Can you read the first one again?
926.
Thank you.
Now, these are when it's fully implemented, meaning at the end of borrowing, or because we don't borrow everything up front, we borrow as.
That's right, and we're going to have some debt service funds, so we're going to, again, utilize that debt service fund that'll be coming back to help kind of temper that growth at different times, and depending on the pace of the project, we'll do short-term borrowings at different times. So that's part of, once the project's approved and designed, then we start seeing what the money draw is going to look like, and then.
And I believe some of that structure was laid out when Rick was here with us last time. The numbers obviously have changed a little bit as we've adjusted the packaging and the additional budget that was recommended in light of the economy. So, we can get all that rerun with the updated packages where we are today.
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Jim. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Walter.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a
Okay.
lot of work putting together all these numbers and these different
What?
iterations, so thank you.
Was there a question about whether we want to add in the tariffs?
Oh, that's right. Yep. Do you want to keep the budgets as
Sorry, I know.
they were last week, or do you want to add anything for tariffs?
The numbers that we just went through did or did not include
Did not
tariffs?
include the
Did not
tariffs.
include
Did not
tariffs, but they
tariffs.
did include the added budget from
Yeah,
last
the
week.
additional.
For contingency.
But we're only talking about like $2.5 million more for the tariffs, right?
No,
No,
what did we just say earlier? It
One
was
and-
1 and
one and a half
1.4.
and one.
One point-
Yeah. Yeah, it was, that's 2.5.
In addition to the 2.1 and the
Yeah.
1.5.
Yeah, which
okay.
is already factored in.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're adding 1 and 1.4 respectively.
And that's anticipating approximately 25% tariffs
Right.
across the board on specific items.
Yep.
So if the tariffs don't happen, what happens?
Then we don't have to borrow the money.
Then we don't have to borrow
We have
it, right?
authority to
Yeah.
borrow it, we don't have to.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, but the voters are approving an up to budget
Yeah.
Yeah.
that we do not have to use all of.
We can't use more.
I could be hopeful.
Can't use more, but we can use less.
Right.
Okay, I think that's all the answers we need.
Okay, we're really,
Okay.
that's the last question.
Shall we
But we
power
have-
through
we
our
have all the
business
business.
agenda?
Yes, we do.
Right.
And
Now we have all the
Can I
business.
do it? Yeah, can we go through it now?
Let's go through it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Actually have.
Do I have a motion to take 4.1 to 4.6 as a consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, do we want to talk, the 4.1 is the calendar that Dr. Champ talked about.
Already talked about.
Already
I
talked
just
about it.
want to say thank you for
Yeah.
going
Oh.
back and redoing.
Thank you.
And want to reiterate that we still have to add some things in,
Thank you.
so.
Yes, which is,
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, we're trying to be thoughtful about that. I just add typical treasurer's reports, budget transfers. We do have an IPA that's I forget what it stands for, agreement. I know it's basically it's a BOCES, it's a purchasing for our computers, the refresh of the Chromebooks predominantly.
Yes.
Next year, we
IT.
do it now just to get it in place for the
Yep.
budget cycle. I just forget what it stands for. Installment
Installment purchasing agreement.
Thank you, installment purchasing agreement, I should just read it. Yeah, installment purchasing agreement for most of our technology
Hey.
hardware.
Yeah, we work with BOCES, something we do every year, and then we work on this with the budget, but this helps them get things planned for that refresh that we need every year.
And that would be contingent on the budget passing, of
Yes.
course, the actual implementation of that.
Yes.
and I would say I just wanted to mention 4.5
I
where,
was just gonna go there.
yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, go. Yep.
4.5, we're really fortunate that many of our administrators pursue their doctoral, culminating degree. So Suzanne, our interim humanities director, is in the process of working on her doctorate. So we're asking the board to approve her, to allow her to do her research in district. It's wonderful in that it's something that will help us on a curriculum and leadership perspective.
Yep.
So she'll be working with teachers on their beliefs and understanding around use of student data, which is really exciting, given our MTSS work and the things that we've been working on for supporting students. And then finally, 4.6, there is one board meeting date that I believe you have it on your calendars, but in our last reapproval of this, we missed the date. So we're gonna get to see each other for the next couple weeks, still, every Wednesday. So it was April 2nd was the one, I believe, that we caught that was missing. So we are here next week again, the next 2 weeks, to continue our line-by-line budget review. The following Wednesday is our budget discussion, no new information, but discussion of what you've heard, final adjustments and direction from the board, so that on the 22nd, we'll give you a week off. In between, on the 22nd will be our formal budget adoption. So we're adding in on this calendar April 2nd,
Can I just say the only reason why we get a week off is because we're on holiday?
coincidentally. Yes, that's it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I forgot to say aye. Okay. None opposed, so these all carry. Let's go to 5.1. Do I have a motion to do the second reading for the,
Can I actually ask if the board might consider waiving?
yes.
Yes.
Do I have a motion, so do I do this first, or do I?
Let me ask, explain why,
Yeah, okay.
and then I think it'd be a motion to waive
Waive the second reading.
the second,
Okay.
waive
Waive
the
the
third
third
Waive
reading.
the, waive
and
the
adopt
third,
it.
and then
And
adopt
adopt
it.
this.
Okay,
Right,
and that's one
Valerie?
motion?
Yes, okay.
Okay, but one motion.
So, yeah, so policy 5640 is an update on our tobacco and substance use on school premises at school-sponsored activities. Obviously, you saw it last time. There were some significant updates that are in line with our policy service and current regulations. They've been reviewed by legal counsel. We are eager to get this approved because we want to produce signage as per the policy and get some improved signage at Glover Field as we head into the spring sports season. So that is upon us as of this week. It's not going to take too long to turn that signage around, but I think it's important that folks are aware that they're on school property. School rules apply, the code of conduct applies for all people, not just for students. And we want to get the signage up so that folks are well informed. So I would request that the board consider waiving the third reading so that we can approve this tonight, and Mr. Toombs and Mr. Condon can move ahead with producing signage.
And there's not significant change, it just.
No, it kind of
Right.
updated it to
Reiterated.
current practices.
Right.
So including things like vape pens, vape, you know,
practices, meaning.
No, don't.
current practices in substance use in the world, not
Right.
specific to Pelham.
Yeah.
But no, really just updating to, you know, things like listing cannabis, cannabinoid, and hemp, things that maybe were not necessarily included in this last time it was revised, that are now, you know, some things have become legal that were not
Right.
then.
Yes.
We're still a school property. Substances and substance use is still prohibited by all individuals on school property. So we wanted to update it to be more clear on things since they have changed.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Any more questions on that? Okay. Do I have a motion to waive the third reading and approve the policy 5640, smoking and tobacco?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, none opposed.
Can I just
That's
recommend?
another one for Sid under the book.
Thank
In the book.
Thank you.
When we put these
Get my
signs
steak
up,
knives at the next meeting.
can we put them, let's not forget, Friendship and coming in through the backside of
Ah.
Friendship?
Okay.
Yes.
Very good.
Oh, for signage?
For
Yes.
signage.
Yeah.
Put
Yeah.
it right before they go up the
Before
driveway,
they come
in the
down.
driveway, down the stairs.
Make it pop.
Got it. Thank you. Yes, we'll work on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.